saying the same thing I would, but it'll be a lot of discussion.
Yeah.
Say the same things other people say.
Right.
I'm feeling I might be.
Okay, no
Okay,
problem.
that's all I need to know.
Yeah.
So I'll raise my hand and let.
Sure,
Okay.
yeah.
All good. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
We'll give that to you.
Yes, this is for the 7 p.m. right? Okay, so
Just general.
Yes. yep, so we,
They announce that, right?
yes, they'll say items from the audience, and who would like to speak, you'll raise your hand, and then I'll let them know so you can part of this.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we are reconvened to open session at 6:44 p.m. At this time, there is no reportable action. I will return to council to entertain a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second with Councilmember Evans. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
Councilmember Bedoya,
Yes.
Councilmember Nygaard,
Yes.
Mayor Ariola.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, this 6:30 special meeting is concluded, but can we go to the next meeting, or do you need a second?
We do need to open it separately.
Okay. At this time, I'll call the next special meeting to order at 6:45 p.m. on June 16, 2026. This time, we have no disclosures pursuant to Government Code 54953.8.3. Roll call and declaration of conflicts, please.
Councilmember Bedoya,
Present, no conflicts.
Councilmember Evans,
Present, no conflicts.
Councilmember Nygaard,
Present, no conflicts.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie,
Present, no conflicts.
Mayor Ariola.
Present, no conflicts.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Members of the public can participate in tonight's meeting remotely via Zoom by visiting cityoftracy-org.zoom.us/join and using the information provided on screen. It is also available in writing here at City Hall as well as in the City of Tracy website. Brings us to item 2A, which is a discussion item related to ratifying a local emergency declaration. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Nafusi, City Attorney. Consistent with the government code, within 7 days after declaring a local state of an emergency, an item must be brought forward to council in order to ratify that. As you all are aware, on June 11th, 2026, there was a fire over in Promontory Parkway. At an abundance of caution, and as the situation was moving forward, the city manager, in coordination with public safety agencies in the area as well as staff, declared a local emergency consistent with the Tracy Municipal Code and the Government Code. As such, we are here this evening consistent with state law to bring this item back for you before ratification this evening. Our city manager can kind of tell you the benefits of that, but again, it more than anything, it really allows us to recoup all money owed to us, allows us to, if we need be, kind of move past state procurement law so we can move forward and get those emergency contracts if we need them, is also and helps us facilitate mutual aid. So, Madam City Manager, anything to add?
Thank you, David. Nope, nothing to add, but basically, shortly after the magnitude of the fire was realized, city manager did declare a state of emergency, and we are asking now the council to ratify that. And we will send the paperwork up through the chain to potentially preserve any ability for us to be reimbursed for some of the costs that we are going to be out of pocket on this, and help facilitate coordination between all the different city, county, and federal agencies that may need to be involved in the recovery efforts for this fire.
All right, thank you, Madam City Manager. And again, so this is just the procedural proclamation, has nothing to do with any city policies related to the fire, correct? Okay, council members, do you have any preliminary questions? Seeing none, do any of the members of the public have any public comment on this item? Seeing none, do we have any online?
I don't see any hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, this time I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion for item 2A. Return to council for a motion.
Make a motion to adopt a resolution ratifying the proclamation of the City of Tracy confirming the existence of a local emergency related to a fire at 5701 Promontory Parkway, Tracy 95377.
Second.
We have a first and a second with Councilmember Evans. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
Councilmember Bedoya,
Yes.
Councilmember Nygaard,
Yes.
Mayor Ariola.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to adjournment. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
Councilmember Bedoya,
Yes.
Councilmember Nygaard,
Yes.
Mayor Ariola.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our special meetings. We'll have our regular meeting at 7 o'clock. Thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started with our regular council meeting of June 16th, 2026 at 7:01 p.m. At this time, we have no disclosures pursuant to Government Code 54-953.8.3. Roll call and declaration of conflicts, please.
Councilmember Loya,
Present, no conflicts.
Councilmember Evans,
Present, no conflicts.
Councilmember Nygaard,
Present, no conflicts.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie,
Present, no conflicts.
Mayor Ariola.
Present, no conflicts.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Salute. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, please remain standing for the invocation with Pastor Cal Whitesig from St. Paul's Lutheran Church.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members.
Just a little technical difficulty.
Looks good, thanks. Nope, it's all good. He's thinking that something like that's going to throw me. I've been at this 40 years, so I'm okay. Coming up on retirement, by the way, so you won't have to, but yeah, anyways, well, that's not for tonight. Mayor, City Council leaders, city staff, residents of the great community, Tracy, California. 17 days from now, the United States will celebrate its semi-quincentennial. I practice saying that word. Now, the word's not quite as difficult as it might sound at first. Semi is 1/2. Quin is 5. Centennial, 100. 1/2 of 5 times 100, 500. 1/2 of 500, 250 years of national independence. So, semi-quincentennial. Our history is a remarkable story of American independence. It's a story of key characters and strategic events that resulted in a small ragtag army defeating the mightiest empire of the world at the time, establishing the greatest republic we now live. This is the story of the United States. This is our shared heritage. Our destiny will continue to lead us to unknown achievements in the centuries to come. At the same time as this grand celebration, there are great challenges from within and from without. In the Old Testament, there's a king in the Old Testament that was at just such a level of being overwhelmed by nations and challenges around him. It's recorded for us in 2 Chronicles chapter 20. The king's name is as fun to say as semi-quincentennial. His name is Jehoshaphat. Stood in the assembly of Judah and Jerusalem in the house of the Lord before the new court, and he said, O Lord, our God of our fathers, are you not God in heaven? You rule over the kingdoms of the nations. In your hand are power and might, so that none is able to withstand you. We do not know what to do, but our eyes are on you. And thus says the Lord, do not be afraid, do not be dismayed, for the battle is not yours, but God's. Our days, specifically your leading in this season, may look like it's all on you. There's a great burden in that thinking. The words we read in the Bible teach us otherwise. All have been created in the image of God. It's our rebellion that has brought about strife and dissension and even death itself. And so we experience the trials and wars. And so we too today are left only to pray, O Lord our God, we do not know what to do, but our eyes are on you. And we too have the same word of the Lord God assuring us, do not be afraid, do not be dismayed. The battle is not yours, but God's. We pray. O Lord our God, guide and direct the dialogue this night, the speaking and the listening. Give wisdom, give discernment. We take in the wonder that 250 years is an amazingly long time to celebrate your goodness and your love and your leading ultimately your rescue in Christ Jesus, not just now and not just the semi-quincentennial, but for all time into eternity. That knowledge helps our hearts to slow and our minds to rest, so that all that is agreed upon this night will bless the residents of the Tracy, California, and beyond. And finally, O Lord, we give you thanks and praise for the protection over all who experienced the tragic Medline fire. And we give you thanks for the safety of each worker, for the protection over all the first responders. We praise you for the containment of such cataclysmic potential for greater harm. Lord God, our eyes are on you. We give you thanks and praise. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, we pray. Amen.
Amen. All right, you may be seated. Thank you, Pastor. Members of the public can participate in tonight's meeting remotely via Zoom by visiting cityofttracy-org.zoom.us/join and using the information as provided on the screen. This is also available in writing here at City Hall, as well as on the City of Tracy website. At this time, we have a few presentations, so I would ask council to please join me. Next up, we have Crystal Valles. All right, so we have on behalf of City, don't go too far. We have a certificate of recognition presented to Crystal Valles on the occasion of enlistment in the United States Air Force. Say anything?
I just want to say that I am very proud. Me and my wingman are very proud to accept this on the behalf of the Air Force and Crystal. We are very excited to see her as where her career takes her.
Next up, we have Maria Salazar Vasquez. On behalf of the City of Tracy, we have a certificate of recognition presented to Maria Salazar Vasquez on the occasion of your enlistment in the United States Marine Corps.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I want to thank my family for being here and for supporting me as well. I also want to give special thanks to my friends who always encouraged me, even when I felt like I wasn't capable of doing this. I also want to thank my recruiter for helping me and being able to become a Marine.
Next up, we have Edward Medina Cabreras. We have a certificate of recognition presented to Edward Medina Cabreras on the occasion of your enlistment in the United States Marine Corps.
Yes, sir. All right. Sounds good. Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for receiving me. As you can see, I'm a bit nervous, but I do like to say thank you to everybody in this room, including my recruiter, who is, in my opinion, the best recruiter in the world, and helping me getting into the Marine Corps. As when I was little, I used to see my dad, which he was in the Navy for 20 years. Thank you for him. And I used to always see in the wall a big, like, thing with all his medals and achievements, and I was always thought that was amazing and really cool. And that's kind of where I got the idea of joining the Marine Corps, and also my mom and my little sister, who are also here, and everybody else. Thank you, guys.
Next up, we have Rianne Joyce Lasongan. On behalf of the City of Tracy, we have a certificate of recognition presented to Rianne Joyce Lasongan on the occasion of your enlistment in the United States Navy.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank you for being here today, especially to my family and my recruiter, and to Petty Officer Alfred. I want to thank him for making me know, giving me the lesson to keep pushing forward and to keep trying, even though even though I feel like giving up. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All right, and next up we have Omaid Argondawal. On behalf of the City of Tracy, we have a certificate of recognition presented to Omaid Argondawal on the occasion of your enlistment in the United States Navy.
Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to say that I'm grateful for my recruiter's office. They've been very helpful, and they've given me a lot of opportunities. And I want to thank my friends and family for the continued support, especially my father, who is here today. There he is. Thank you for everything that you've done. And, you served as well, and that also gave me the motivation to also serve. So thank you very much, everybody.
Can we get all our military enlistees up here for a group photo, please? Here, why don't you guys join us over here? Yeah.
You guys this way, yeah. Can we bring some of y'all in front? Yeah. Well, we bring guys in front. Ready, 1, 2, 3.
All right, congratulations and thank you for making the City of Tracy proud. And for our final proclamation, we have Juneteenth Day. I'd like to invite Miss Yolanda Burial Knight and TAAA to join me for the proclamation, please.
I'd like all members of Tracy African American Association to come up, please. Thank you, thank you.
Hello. All right. Juneteenth Day, June 19th, 2026. Whereas Juneteenth or Freedom Day marks the anniversary of the arrival of Union General Gordon Granger in Galveston, Texas on June 19, 1865, where 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, African Americans learned of the end of enslavement. Today, Juneteenth signifies to the African American community that liberation from slavery was only the first step towards equality. And whereas the day was first recognized as a federal holiday in 2021, when President Joe Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act into law after the efforts of Lula Briggs Galloway, Opal Lee, and others. And whereas this day has special meaning, and it is called Juneteenth, combining the words June and 19th, it marks a time to appreciate the African American experience and encourage the continuous understanding and respect for all cultures. And whereas the City of Tracy strives to be a community that offers equal opportunity to its citizens, all of whom deserve to live with dignity and respect, free from fear and violence, and protected against discrimination. And whereas Juneteenth embodies the indomitable human spirit of the past, the present, and all time, and provides us all the opportunity to rededicate ourselves to the true American spirit, to strive for a more perfect union, and to secure the blessings of freedom, justice, and equality for all in this great country. And whereas early celebrations date to 1866, at first involving church-centered community gatherings in Texas, Tracy has official Juneteenth celebrations the second Saturday of June. This year is being held, was June 6th of 2026. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Dan Ariola, Mayor of the City of Tracy, on behalf of the City Council and our entire community, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth Day in the City of Tracy, and recommend that all citizens in the City of Tracy join in recognizing the importance of this day and specifically commemorate African American freedom. Thank you.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council members, Bedolla, Nygaard, Abercrombie, Evans, and of course the Mayor. Did I miss anybody? No, got everybody. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank April, who doesn't get a lot of thanks, for calling me and reminding me that we needed to show up here at 7 o'clock. Behind me, you see some of the 80 members of our organization, Tracy African American Association. And we have been in the city of Tracy and doing Juneteenth celebrations. This is our 31st year. And we just had our celebration last week, as the mayor mentioned. Just wanted to take this opportunity to say that Juneteenth is both a celebration and a call to reflect. While Juneteenth is a joyful occasion, it is also a reminder of the long delay in justice and of the work that remains. It invites all of us to honor Black history, listen deeply, and engage meaningfully with the ongoing pursuit of equity. So on behalf of Tracy African American Association, I want to thank the City Council and the Mayor for acknowledging Juneteenth as a national holiday, or as a holiday for the City of Tracy. Thank you so very much. I don't know how we're going to do it. Oh. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Ready right here, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
All right, and that concludes our proclamations for the evening. Are they giving them a certificate, or what are they doing?
Yes, no certificate.
Oh. Okay.
I
Well,
don't know who they are, but I see people holding papers and stuff.
Yeah, I have a certificate. Sorry, I thought I was doing it during public comment, so. Yeah, does that work? Dan's got one too.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
All right, that brings us to the consent calendar. Council, are there any items that we?
You're doing this beforehand, before consent. Are we doing that?
I'm going to do it before. Well, I got it. Council, are there any items from consent calendar that we'd like to have pulled? Seen on the side? Any on the side? Okay. Staff, do you have any items to pull?
Good evening, Mayor. No items to pull.
Okay. Would any members of the public like to specifically pull any consent calendar items? Seeing none in chambers, do we have any online?
We have one hand online, Mayor.
Okay.
Moto G Stylus 5G. I've sent the unmute request. You're unmuted. Please go ahead. Moto G, we can't hear you. Moto G, please go ahead. I think Moto G might be having some audio issues, but that's the only hand.
All right, we'll reopen it for items from the audience when they can speak. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for consent calendar.
Make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie?
Yes.
Councilmember Nygaard?
Yes.
Councilmember Bedoya?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
Yes.
Mayor Ariola?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I have a motion to suspend the rules and to move staff items to before items from the audience to receive a report from the fire chief.
Second.
We have a first and a second with Councilmember Bedoya. Roll call, please.
Mayor Ariola?
Yes.
Councilmember Bedoya?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Nygaard?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie? Yes. Thank you.
All right, so this time we'll go ahead and quickly hear staff items and turn it over to Fire Chief Randy Bradley, who we are very appreciative of this week.
Mayor and members of the council, Randall Bradley, Fire Chief of Tracy Fire, South County Fire Authority. And as you know, on Thursday about 1 p.m., we had a large fire we were dispatched to upon arrival. We had heavy fire showing from a large commercial million-square-foot distribution center. Very challenging conditions. The humidity was down to about 11%. We were reaching close to 100 degrees, and we had strong winds out of the north, which are dry winds. A roof fire spread quickly. Our firefighters made a big stand, but because of the conditions, we weren't able to hold the fire. Fire jumped the street, got into the FedEx facility. Started portions of the FedEx facility on fire. We were able to keep it out of the FedEx facility proper and to save that facility. Lots of mutual aid resources helped us. At one point, we had 35 engine companies and an incident management team that we had ordered from the Central Valley. So, and I just want to recognize our police department. They were there early, helped us tremendously, helping set up command posts and also providing our public affairs piece, our PIO piece for us early on. So always a great partner working with them and all our mutual aid partners. Also city staff, incredible. From food to lighting to everything that we needed. A city manager was out there early with the assistant city manager. Status of the fire, we've actually been putting water on the fire for the last 5 days. And I'm happy to say that this afternoon the fire has been extinguished. We will be we'll be on scene until tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, and we've done the paperwork to actually terminate command and turn it over back to the facility. Been working really close with the contract agency that Medline has hired, a national recognized environmental cleanup agency, and we'll be turning it over to Medline or to that agency via Medline. Been on conference calls on a daily basis with state and local EPA and health departments and county OES and state OES, and everything is being monitored. We've captured the water, air is being monitored, the debris is being tested at a laboratory in New Jersey, and we're in the process of collecting debris and disposing. If somebody has debris on their property, we have a phone number, 209-751-1888. Again, 209-751-1888. And if you'll call that number, and if you have debris on your property, somebody will be dispatched. We're getting a lot of calls, so it may take a while. But again, the debris will be removed per the environmental requirements, and it'll be handled. It'll be actually going to be taken back to the site, and then after the testing is done, it will be disposed of appropriately. Last, I just want to mention my firefighters. Super, super proud of my firefighters. Heroic. I mean, they stuck. They went in. We did an interior fire attack for the first 15 or 20 minutes before the fire pretty much ran the facility. In about 30 minutes, we had a fully involved million-square-foot warehouse. They did make a stand, and then we tried to make a stand on the roof. Again, just the conditions and didn't allow us to hold it. Mutual Aid Resources, again, I'd like to mention them. Chief Bagley is here with me this evening, and he was the incident commander in the early stages of this fire. I was there helping, but he truly did an incredible job tracking a ton of resources and managing this. Unfortunate that we lost a million-square-foot building, but the fact that there were no injuries, no life loss, we got the building evacuated right away, and our firefighters were safe. So I'm open to any questions that you might have, but that's the status today.
All right. Well, thank you, Chief Bradley. On behalf of the City of Tracy, thank you to our firefighters, to our first responders. Thank you so much. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Lightworth if there are any additional staff items.
No additional items.
Okay. At this time, we will move to items from the audience. Can I please see hands raised for anyone who'd like to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I saw 7, so that means each speaker will get 3 minutes. There was 9 here. Ms. Quintanilla, do we have some special guests from West Point?
Yes, I believe we have Mr. Glorsky.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and invite our guests to come join us.
Mic around again. All right, if I could get Backtash up here again, please, just to brag on him a little bit. So my name's Dan Glorsky. I'm a 2011 West Point grad. I also represent West Point admissions in this congressional district. So serving in the military and especially attending a military academy requires a lot of personal courage and commitment. So the fact alone that Backtash got accepted into West Point says a lot about him and his potential as a future Army officer, and I think I should know that because I've led soldiers for 10 years. However, Backtash had a little bit of a more difficult time than normal. He demonstrated an incredible amount of grit during the final weeks before he was accepted into West Point. The entire process is particularly difficult and frankly very bureaucratic, and he had a lot of doors slammed in his face, unfortunately. His persistence and tenacity in working through this very difficult system and process is ultimately what got him accepted, because it was not a foregone conclusion that this would work out in his favor. So it says a lot about what kind of officer he's going to make, and I could not be more prouder of him. So on behalf of the United States Military Academy Director of Admissions, I would like to offer an appointment to Backtash Azizi to the West Point class of 2030.
All right. And I think we have one more certificate from the Congressman's office.
Sorry, I was being paparazzi over here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katie, and I'm with Congressman Harder's office. So in order to actually go to the academy, you actually have to get a nomination from your congressional representative or your senator. This year, we had 15 students apply and get a nomination to go to the different academies that they wanted to, but we only had one get a mission to West Point, which is a big deal. And through this process, this isn't something that you just wake up one day and decide you want to go to West Point or you want to become an officer. This is a long process that usually people start their freshman year of high school. And through it all, I got to meet Backtash, and I just met how incredible he is, and I knew that this was going to be something he was going to achieve, and I'm really proud of him, and I can't wait to see everything you do at West Point. You have to call me, you have to text me, and you have to email me all updates, because I am so proud of you, and I want you to remember where you come from and how great of an achievement this is. So on behalf of the Congressman, congratulations.
All right, please, you can have the first comment.
Thank you. Just a few more people I want to thank that I did not mention previously. Two of my friends in the audience, Mariana Medina and Antonio Hernandez, my goats right there. True Drumgool, who was with me in the Youth Advisory Commission this year and showed me a lot about the city that I didn't know existed and helped support me as much as possible. I also want to thank Jenny Moore. I interned at her location at the Creative Arts Studio for a few years, and she showed me a different perspective of life and just realizing that, hey, not everything is one straight path. You have to look at different perspectives. I also want to give a thank you to April Quintanilla, right? Is that it? I want to thank you for setting this up to make sure that Dan, Katie, and the mayor were able to set this up with me. All right, it was a great honor. Again, thank you, Dad, for showing up and making sure you're supporting me and just making me do the hard work at the farm for the last 7 years. It's an honor.
Congratulations. All right, congratulations again. We'll now go ahead and turn it over to Madam Clerk for our speaker cards, if any.
Thank you, Mayor. First speaker is Robert Tanner. Oh. Okay. You're probably faster than me.
Mr. Tanner, if you'll just give us a moment to pull the speaker back around. Oh, okay. Or the microphone. Thank you.
After we celebrate our 250th birthday, I hope this council will take under consideration making all and every fireworks illegal. We had fireworks over the weekend, and it's not even the 4th yet. And we had published in the Tracy Press for the week before fireworks. And again, it's not the 4th. So it's illegal for everything going on right now. I mean, you need to make it serious. I've gotten phone calls at my house, on my cell, on people wishing that the council had done something this year. They did not. You got 365 more days to do after the 4th. Make it happen. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner. Next speaker card, please.
Jerry and Pat Stoller.
And Mayor, council members, and staff. We are Jerry and Pat Stoller. We're residents here in Tracy. And in regards to this fire that we recently had at Medline, there wasn't enough water pressure for this to maintain or get rid of this fire. And the sprinkler systems in the building, I understand, did not work. Our concern is for our own community. We'd like to know how often are the fire hydrants tested? And is there a report somewhere that we can look that up? And also, we have sprinkler systems like you do in this building in our house. how do we know if we have enough pressure for that system to work? That's our main concern in our question, is how often is all this stuff tested? Because this could really be very detrimental if there's a fire. That was our question to you.
That was your question.
Oh, yes, a question.
Now my turn. I found out that the fire hydrants have a lifespan of 50 years. How old are these fire hydrants and how often are they maintained? If they're not maintained within a semi-annual period of time, they lose 10 years of lifespan. How new or how old are they, and how often are they maintained? Where we live, there's one fire hydrant that spans from the corner to a 20 house on the block. That's too big of a gap if there was a fire. I'm done.
That was it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll ask staff to go ahead and answer those questions if you can, because it's not an agendized item. We can't speak about it privately, but we'll see if staff can answer some of your questions. Thank you. All right. Do we have any additional speaker cards?
Yes, Mayor. One more on this item. Arya Qureshi.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ari Qureshi, and I've been a Tracy resident for about 7 years. Today, I want to talk about something that the community has been talking about for a while now, which is about the West Valley Mall and what the future means for Tracy. And I believe this year earlier, we lost Macy's in the West Valley Mall, which was an anchor store, and I believe it was shut down a part of the Macy's new company strategy to close down underperforming locations. The mall already didn't look so good, and this took another big toll on it. And Macy's was one of the last locations that people could come in and shop locally. It's very sad to see the city grow and let that be the news for our new Tracy residents sometimes, and it's kind of concerning. And Tracy's population has been growing significantly for the past 2 years, new families coming here day to day. But yet we've seen these families have to drive about 30 minutes to 40 minutes to go to the neighboring cities around in Dublin and Modesto to go have shopping options for themselves physically. And this means that the families over here are spending their money and their time to go out in the other cities instead of right here at home. Tracy has always been proud of his farming roots, and I believe that's something worth celebrating. But I believe we can have best of both worlds. A growing population deserves a growing options for itself. Mayor Rolla, I believe you spoke about it sometimes, stated that the city always takes strong interest in economic development and maintaining a healthy retail environment for our community. And tonight I just want to say that if there would be any active reaching out to franchises, maybe around us, to get some more entertainment around Tracy. I believe that I heard that there was a trampoline park that was open recently, which is pretty great, and I'm seeing more and more businesses opening for us, and the population has been growing significantly for the past 2 years since the 7 years that I've been here for. And maybe that the new franchises could be filling the vacancy that the Macy's left at West Valley Mall. Tracy residents should not leave their own cities to shop. I believe that we have the population, we have the growth, and I think we just need the investment for our Tracy. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker card, please.
I don't have any more speaker cards for this item, Mayor.
Okay, then whoever else raised their hand to speak, the time is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council, staff, and audience. I just want to mention something here for everybody that's here and watching on TV. Back on November 8, 2016, there was an initiative on the ballot that was called Measure V. Measure V is a half-cent tax that would be a generate tax, meaning that the revenue raised from this tax would go into the city general fund and can be used for any municipal government purpose, which includes, and not limited to, police, patrol, 911, command gang and narcotics enforcement, crime investigation, and other police services. Fire protection. Fire protection is number one with us, as you can see, emergency service and other fire services, support services, street, mediums, and park repairs and maintenance. senior and youth services, planning, and business retention and attraction. The last sentence says, building facilities such as parks, sports fields, and other general service. Nowhere on here it says the aquatic center. Nowhere. I was here when this was happening, so the new people in Alice, please listen. This Measure V, they're misleading you. That aquatic center, if Alice promised you that before it even went to council, was misleading. We need to keep that focus. Just because there was a council member and some people from Sutherland's group saying that they knocked at doors, okay, so they did. Maybe 405 people voted, but it was 17,331 that supported Measure V. And one of the most important things at that time, and still is, our public safety, our fire and police. No different than back in 2015 when there was a measure called K. Measure K was adopted December 2018. Only 5,079 people voted for that. A lot of people thought it was senior housing. They thought it was, just for lower medium income. Whoever was out there promoting it misled the audience or the public, thinking that's what they were going to get. I told them, read the measure. It does not state that. So that's how that got passed. Just like Measure V, if some of Sutherland's group went out there and misled the community on that, maybe 500 people, but not 17,000. 17,000 people voted for this measure for our quality of life and not to be misused or take advantage of our funds. So just remember that. Both initiatives were passed for the same reasons, but whoever was out there in public telling you different, go sue them. Don't sue the city of Tracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. English. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members. My name is Erin Reel, and I am pleased to announce that Tracy Hills Phase 2 has officially achieved FireWise USA recognition as of this Friday. That makes 2 certified FireWise sites in Tracy, and the Tracy Golf Course community has now begun the process as well. These designations don't happen by accident. They require a coordination between resident, South County Fire, CAL FIRE, the city, and community partners. They are examples of what we can achieve when we set a goal and work towards it together. I'd like to challenge the city to bring that same level of ambition to South Tracy's economic development projects. Pacific Gateway, Tracy Hills Commerce Center, a planned fire station, and hopefully a new California State University Stanislaus presence are all taking shape within a few miles of one another. Rather than allowing these projects to develop as unrelated pieces, I would ask the city to actively explore creating a South Tracy innovation zone. Agriculture is already one of the region's defining industries, and we now have an opportunity to connect agriculture, technology, higher education, and new employment centers into a single identity that attracts investment and creates quality jobs. My specific request is that a council member kind of takes this project on and perhaps direct staff to evaluate the concept and make recommendations for how South Tracy could be branded, planned, and marketed as an innovation center anchored by the university presence and the major projects already underway. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reel. Next speaker, please. Yeah, can we get a microphone for the gentleman, please?
Thanks for the time. I sent an email to 4 council members, actually 2 emails regarding performance of Tracy Transit, and more specifically their contractor MTM. I just want to acknowledge that I sent it. I want to ask that you look thoroughly into what they did, not accusations, what they did. And more specifically, I want to voice both my appreciation to Council Member Nygaard for acknowledging my email, and the other 3 council members who couldn't even send a acknowledgement that they got my email. Back in the day, I used to email Bill Bray, Eyes. Evelyn Tolbert would return your email within 15 minutes. She was prolific. Every council member you sent an email to, they responded. But 3 of our council members just didn't find time to say thank you and send. And Mateo, I'm most disappointed in you because last time I was here in council, you were out here like you had ADD on me offering your phone number, your email address, and you couldn't even say thank you. Hungbro at Grindr.com, the reason why I didn't include you is because A, I think you have a conflict of interest, and you're a proven liar to me, and we'll deal with that later on. Secondly, I know people are upset about the water bill. And I'm glad that Saku's here tonight. I'm sad that the fire chief left. But has any, beginning this year, this tax year, our most well-compensated employees are getting a tax break. They're not going to be charged, or they're going to get a no taxes on overtime. And while the citizens of Tracy are paying a hell of a lot more for the water, have you considered working with Tracy's fire department and police department to settle down their overtime so that they still get basically the same pay, but that we get a savings? Okay, I'm not an expert on this, but I guessed with Tracy Police Department, you could save $1 million to $1.5 million. Throw in the Tracy Fire Department, and now you're talking probably over $2 million that you now can save and redistribute in some manner. So I hope you might look at that, because it's outrageous that 200 of our employees, especially in the police department, 90% of them don't even live here, and they're not even paying taxes to us, are getting this benefit, while the good citizens of Tracy are getting hit with water bill increases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Healy. And point of order, I object to the characterization of the speaker. Next speaker, please.
Bernal Scholl, longtime Tracy resident, trying to figure out what's going on with our consul. I really don't understand you people at all. The only one I understand is Evans, and he seems to have a good head on his shoulders. With this building of more warehouses, when we were having the forums back in the day, before you people were elected, and that, I spoke with one of the gentlemen that is sitting up here, and I said to him, I said, why did you say you were for more warehouses? And he said, I didn't say that. I said, count me, you did. I was sitting there, I said, I heard it, and I couldn't believe it. Well, now we have a problem. The council has approved some more warehouses to build over by Tracy Hills and Ellis. What a stupid thing that can be. I was unable to be at the meeting, or I would have been standing here jumping up and down. I don't understand how you people can sit here and think about the people that live in these homes. These are $1 million homes now. And put warehouses in their backyard with a supposedly a little section of maybe I don't know, a flower girl or something. I don't know, somebody that sells flowers or grows flowers or whatever. But I just don't understand it. How can you do it? How can we get it rescinded? You should not even thought about it. How can you people sit up there? There's only 2 people that I know that voted against it. How can you sit there and feel that you are right when you are wrong? I'm sorry, but I really feel that you people are being paid under the table to think, because some people don't think that are up here. Think about it. Think about if you had $1 million home over there, would you like to have it next to your school where your kids are going? We just proved that a fire can happen. This fire, I was just told today, was started by a skylight. Got too hot. Started burning the roof. What says, are we going to say, oh, you can't have skylights anymore? They're going to put in whatever they want because you people approved it. Now you need to rescind it for these people that live up there. I do not want to see anybody burned up. And the people that lived up in Paradise, which I have several relatives, and that lost their homes, burned up, and everything else. Think about it. Just think about it, how fast a fire can go. We learned our lesson, hopefully, the other day. Now think about it and rescind it.
Ma'am, your time's elapsed.
Thank you, Michelle. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, council members, Richard English. I'm here on a lighter note about street sweeping. Now, I think we have, our drivers are doing a marvelous job and all that, but the cars being left on the street, they're going around them. I don't know how the hell they do it without running into something. And Mr. Abercrombie's not in our neighborhood anymore, so he's not picking up the trash like he used to, which we really appreciated. But anyway, my idea would be to have it where nobody parks on one side of the street, when the street sweepers come by, and then maybe the next day they come back and they clean the other side of the street. I mean, I think they'd be able to clean twice as much because they're not weaving in and out. It would save a lot of time. It would be much more safe because I don't know how they're doing it without running into something. And then plus now with summer vacation, you have a lot of kids on bicycles, a lot of kids playing, and they're running in and out of the street. I just feel it would be a great idea. Now, I know Oakland has it, and the reason I know that is because I got a ticket for parking on the wrong side of the street when they had street cleaning. But it seemed to really work well. I mean, they clean the streets, and this would solve us from our sewers being backed up. Maybe would help get rid of some of the cars that have been there for years that haven't been moved or something. The basketball courts that are blocking the trash and all that. And I just feel it'd make it easier for them and would be much better for our streets, especially since we've been paving them. The neighborhoods are looking better, and I just feel this would be something that would be really helpful. I think I'd love to see somebody at least come up with a plan or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. English. Next speaker, please. Okay, seeing none in chambers, do we have any online?
There are no longer any hands raised online.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close out items from the audience. Moving to the next item. Given the overwhelming number of emails that we've received, originally the item about the Aquatic Center was 6A. I would make a motion to move item 6A to prior to the remainder of the public hearing, so we can hear it now.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Arreola?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie?
Yes.
Councilmember Bedoya?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Nygaard?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that'll bring us to item 6A related to the Aquatic Center. I'll turn it over for a staff report, please.
Here we go. Thanks. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Richard Joaquin, Assistant Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. The item before you this evening represents months of effort from our staff and consultant team of Group 4 Architecture and Griffin Structures, who are here tonight in the audience. And I'm pleased to confirm that the design development for the project is now complete for the Aquatic Center, as requested last September by the City Council. On the agenda tonight, I will momentarily review the requested actions this evening, recap the most recent city council direction on the project, and we'll look at the project schedule and work plan, which has a path to the Aquatic Center potentially being open to the public in the summer of 2029. Then I'll have the Group 4 team come up and walk you through all of the updates that have been done to the plans, to the design up to this point, including some key design updates, and we'll also take a look at the financial / operational analysis for the project. So tonight, the requested action, staff is requesting by consensus to provide direction on next steps for the Aquatic Center project, including any budget enhancements or deductive alternates, and authorize staff to move forward with construction documents prepared by Group 4. The construction documents will be used for bidding and ultimately constructing this project, so it's really important tonight that the council give clear direction on those critical topics in item number 1, which includes the budget enhancements and any deductive alternates. Taking a look here at the previous city council direction, in April of 2025, the city council gave direction to staff to proceed with schematic design, which was really the start of phase 2 of Group 4's contract for design services. Council asked staff to develop options, including an outdoor and indoor rec pool, as well as options for pre-engineered and conventional construction of the natatorium. There was also a consensus to work towards developing a project with a $65 million budget that included a natatorium and a goal of providing as many additional aquatic components as possible within that budget. In September of 2025, Council provided unanimous direction to staff to proceed with design development, including the inclusion of an indoor recreation pool with pre-engineered construction, as well as further development of design and costs associated with all enhancements. This is what we'll be sharing with you in the presentation tonight. And I just wanted to go through some key components here that have been updated or to highlight since we last met with you all on this project. It's been made clear in the past that council is interested in phasing in an effort to create a more complete aquatic center. The project very much does that now with a potential base project or phase 1 anchoring the site at the corner of Coral Hollow and Summit Drive. And we'd be working north from there with any of the enhancements. The base project includes community high priority elements and is really hovering right around that $65 million budget, that we've talked about. The base project includes the outdoor 50-meter competition pool, which has long been a key community priority, the indoor recreation pool with a play structure, which again, high community priority from some of our recent outreach. And it's also worth noting that is an $8.6 million premium over an outdoor recreation pool. It also includes party and training rooms, a community living room / activity space, food truck hookups, and all required support spaces, including separate team / seasonal locker rooms. Enhancements that can be included in the first phase or added at a future date include a slide complex of 3 slides. They vary in thrill levels, a lazy river with an island and cabanas, an outdoor toddler area with cabanas, and a community room divisible with a catering, snack bar, and kitchen. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our consultant team here to walk us through the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you, Richard. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Dawn Merkis with Group 4 Architecture. Just to summarize where we are on the project schedule, we did complete design development in February of this year, basically 60% construction documents. That did include in addition to the drawings, specifications, and cost estimate. It included, as Richard mentioned, lots of hard work in coordination meetings and technical meetings. Those meetings included Public Works, IT, Planning, Building and Safety, Fire, California Energy Commission, as well as multiple meetings with Recreation and Aquatic staff. We also conducted an integrated design workshop looking from like a page turn, going through all of the drawings, all of the systems, maintenance, facility, walkthrough with city staff, system by system, coordination items by coordination items, a day-long workshop. In addition to all of the meetings and the work for the drawings during this phase, we also got the FAA approval for the project because of the adjacency to the airport. We've got CEQA documentation completed, and all of our drawings and specifications and work complies to the recent 2025 building codes. And that did trigger some changes, additional cost. The photovoltaics are included in base, an array is included in the base project scope, as well as additional energy efficient heat pumps. So all of that is up to code and ready to go. On the schedule, we're showing starting construction documents in August, being ready to go out to bid and start construction next summer with an opening in summer of 2029. Next slide, please. Current site plan shows the full aquatic center build out. And this is really complete aquatic centers that we're showing here. As Richard mentioned, and from the get-go when we worked with you on the site planning for this phased approach, really wanted to address the corner. That's a very visible, prominent corner at Corral Hollow and Summit Drive, and really start from there and work our way backwards. And so if any phase of the project were to happen, the project would look complete depending on council's desire to implement the project over phases. Our full build out includes the competition pool indicated as item 1, the indoor recreation pool, a natatorium as Richard pointed out, as well as the water slides, item 3, the toddler pool, item 4, lazy river, item 5, and includes the island and cabanas, as well as item 6, the community room. This has also been laid out in order for the drawings and the specifications, the infrastructure and the systems to be implemented over phases. So if you were to pick the water slides to go with the base, the competition and the natatorium, the drawings and the infrastructure, meaning the mechanical systems, the electrical systems, and all the site plans will support that. They allow you to multiple pick and choose those alternates and those enhancements as you go on. Marco is going to go over our base project plan, which is in the next slide. Let's stay on that one just for a minute, Richard. He's going to start here with the full build out, and he is with SWA and our landscape architect.
Thank you, Dawn. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, Marco Esposito, landscape architect on the team. As Dawn mentioned, the team has had great fun creating this all-day place, this complete aquatic center. And you can see in the very heart of it is this outdoor living room. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But that's kind of a social gathering place. In the red dab that you see kind of just below the middle is a food truck position so people can buy some food when they're there. They can spend all day lounging. You could have one child that's in the competition pool, one child that's indoor in the rec pool. If you choose the enhancements of the water slides, it's all around this lovely outdoor living room that creates this amazing park-like aquatic center environment. Another thing that you'll notice is that we're sort of right-sizing each of these outdoor spaces to have, for example, the outdoor, the competition pool has enough space so that you can host swim meets and have tent cities around the pool. So you don't just have the deck space and the shaded spectator space, but you've got a little bit of lawn that day-to-day people can sit out and use. When it's a swim meet, then you have the tents, the pop-up area, both within the perimeter, and then also you'll see there's kind of a wedge of park-like environment that's at the entrance. So it's a very gracious kind of feeling along Summit Drive. You arrive in a park-like environment. There's lots of bike parking on the outside. There's overflow space for tent cities for when there's swim meets, and day-to-day people can also use that from the neighborhood. So we think we've really got a lovely park-like solution for all these priority elements that you've set out. Next, please. As Dawn mentioned, completely feasible and starting at the corner, very visually prominent corner of Corral Hollow and Summit with the competition pool. That's obviously a very high priority. The indoor rec pool being the other priority. And then as this sort of social heart, the outdoor living room, that's where you come in. You come into the lobby to pay, and you see the outdoor living room in front of you, and then you can veer off to any of the elements within the aquatic center. Next, please. Here's a little bit more of a bird's eye visual. You can see a little bit of that triangular shape in the middle. That's the outdoor living room. You have the shade from the trees, the shade from the big umbrellas. That's an actual umbrella type that we've specified that really provides good shade coverage. We have lounge seating. We've got communal table seating so you can sit up and eat. You can bring in your own food. You can buy things at the food truck, and you can also lounge. There's also chaises, of course. So really a fun environment in the middle, and you can see the indoor pool on the left, the rec pool, and the competition pool in the middle bottom. Lots of outdoor space surrounding each facility, and then the enhanced areas kind of in the top area beyond. Next, please. And one of the fun things we've been doing with park staff is sort of imagining the environment, like so that you're really enjoying being there all day. In the middle of the outdoor living room, we have a little bit of lawn, not much, but a little bit of lawn where you can play cornhole, you can have informal bocce. On the left middle there, you can see it's big enough to have a volleyball court. So it really is a lovely all-day aquatics environment in this kind of only in Tracy special park-like solution. At this point, I'll turn it over to Andrea.
Thank you, Marco. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Andrea Gifford, principal with Group 4 Architecture. And I'd love to share with you this evening just an update on the design development. During this phase, we worked to develop a material palette that blended natural materials and like wood and other warm tones, and really looked at a hospitality model incorporating branding into the various zones that really were rooted and based in the context, like the Sierra foothills, the wonderful Delta, adjacent rivers, and historic orchards that once filled Tracy. These elements are rooted in the environment and inspired the complementary vibrant colors that are seen throughout Tracy and its local flora, like the lupins, poppies, and orchard fruits. And these colors you'll see in the various renderings to come. Our main key pool here is our competition pool. This pool not only meets the needs of competitive use like swim, water polo, and diving, it also supports recreational use like lap swim, open swims. It's been designed to handle water obstacle or ninja courses being put into place. It has a zero entry, so it allows users both recreational and from competition use of all abilities. As Marco said, the southern end is anchored with built-in spectator seating. There's a flexible lawn to the east that allows for tent camps, for meets, but also for informal lounging. And the western informal seating also supports both recreational and movable bleachers for competition use. At night, the pool has been designed to support movies in the water. You can see the large screen, which is hovering over its adjacent showers and restrooms that support all users. The location of the comp pool is prominent within the site plan and is adjacent to a number of features like the indoor recreation pool, food truck areas, and the community living room and water slides. Our next key pool feature is the indoor recreation pool. It supports warm-up swim for competitions and hosts a number of recreational uses like swim lessons, water basketball and volleyball, water aerobics, and has an indoor play structure for our young users. It also has a beach entry and ramps to the play structure, so again, supporting users of all abilities. It has ample deck space for lounging as well as spectator seating. Has 2 party rooms for rentals as well as being used for staff training. And during warmer months, 3 folding glass walls allows access, indoor-outdoor access to the adjacent lawn, community living room, and other food amenities. Our lazy river provides a water feature for all ages, where you'll find myself leisurely floating, as well as supporting water exercising. It also has ample lounge seating around the lazy river, supporting recreational use, while a really fun bridge leads you into the center island, which functions as a multiple different sizes of cabanas for various rentals and parties and celebrations. The water slides are our most thrill-seeking adventures you'll find here for a fun adventure. We have 2 side-by-side slides that are designed for racing, while our third slide offers a sort of faster and steeper slide thrill. And adjacent seating offers a place for parents and guardians to really watch all the fun being had. And then our outdoor toddler pool offers a larger play structure for our young users with additional fun splash features like the large bucket, and can be or cannot be connected to the lazy river for additional use. The additional lounge seating and rentable cabanas also offer a variety of seating and rental opportunities, while an adjacent patio provides food trucks and other food options for these users. And lastly is our year-round community room. It provides the city and the community with flexible meeting rooms to host a variety of events and programs. The room can host up to 300 or more in use in conjunction with the adjacent shaded patio. It can be divided for smaller meetings, and it's supported by dedicated restrooms, catering spaces, and other support spaces. And with you, I'll take you on a journey through the center. If the video plays. We may. Technical difficulties. Our staff are earning their keep tonight, testing their IT abilities.
Channel 26, I think we got it. Could you display it, please?
Thank you. So here you can see visitors enter into the facility from the parking lot. They're greeted by a welcoming entrance that's not only shaded from the prevailing winds with the glass wall, but offers clear visibility into the whole center. As you pass through the security gates, you're immediately greeted by the community living room, which, as Marco described, is really the heart of the facility and where all of the water features then are anchored off of. It's this place that visitors will start and end their journey, we hope, and from there have a multitude of options to move into. Off to the right here, we'll be entering in through one of the large folding walls into our indoor natatorium with our indoor play structure, zero beach entry, abilities and ramps for all abilities, options to move into our more dedicated portion of the pool for lap swim and swim lessons. Again, moving out through those folding walls back into our adjacent community living room. We're then going to fly up over into our water tower, getting a bird's eye view of the 3 water slides, and then coming down into our lazy river with our island with cabanas and ample seating around. Our community room is off to the right, and our outdoor toddler pool. And then coming back into our community living room, which is truly the heart of this facility. As our day ends, we'll then move into our competition pool, where it has been transformed into a wonderful evening in the water watching your favorite movie. So, and here you can see a wonderful overview of all the wonderful water amenities that are provided within the complete aquatic center. Thanks for getting that to work.
We're going to move on to sustainable design strategies that have been updated since we saw you last time. And some of these, as I mentioned earlier, were driven by the 2025 code that was implemented last year. I do have the slide in front of me so I can talk towards them. One of them includes the addition of the heat pumps, and that is an energy efficiency that has been required by code. It does cost a little bit more, and that was one of the reasons why our construction budget went up from 65 to 67 million, but we did provide options to bring that down. The other one was the natatorium dehumidification system. And that dehumidification system allows for heat recovery, energy efficiency in the natatorium. The solar panels for the photovoltaic array used to be an alternate, and we do still have additional solar panels as alternates, but our base project is now required to include photovoltaic array to offset some of our electrical usage. And that is the 2025 code requirement, which includes as well. We also have interpretive educational signage. I think we're going to get back to the sustainable slide in a minute. And that is really identifying and celebrating the sustainable elements throughout the site. And as you recall, that includes the building systems, all electric building, solar panels, water use reduction on the building envelope. We have daylighting, shading devices, as well as bird collision glass to stop the birds from hitting the glass. Site ecology is low impact development, habitat restoration, sequestering carbon, as well as bike facilities, pedestrian connections and bus connections, EV charging, and other vehicle, green vehicle parking. All summarized on this slide here, but really wanted to highlight those updates and sustainable strategies that we've added since we last saw you. Moving on, we are going to summarize the capital cost for you. And again, just to reiterate that our capital cost estimate is very comprehensive. It includes all the hard cost and allowances for the unknowns. It includes the soft cost. It includes FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment. We include escalation, and the escalation is through the midpoint of construction in February 2028, and that is at 4% per year. And then we've included contingencies. And the adequate contingencies, we have estimating contingency, we have a construction contingency, as well as a contingency on the soft costs. So really planning appropriately for a public facility and putting you in a position for success, for implementation. Looking at the phase comparisons, wanted to be kind of responsive to you on the project budget. We've summarized the conceptual design estimates with the outdoor pool and the information from schematic design to design development. I'll just kind of focus on the design development right now in consideration of time. As I mentioned, our estimate is slightly over because of some of these cost increases. Some code required, others time required because of added escalation. At 67.8 million is where the base project stands right now. But we have identified deductive alternates that could be applied that would bring that project budget back to the 65 million if council so chooses. The overall full build out is at $91.4 million. We do have additional alternate. No, go ahead. That's great, Richard. We did identify additional alternates, and I'll summarize them on the next slide. But just to kind of summarize where we are right now, base project, $67.8 million. With the bid deduct alternates, if you choose, we could take away $2.8 million, and we'll summarize those in a minute. That would bring us back to $65 million for the base. Enhancements, the water slides are $3.6 million. The lazy river with the island, $11.8 million. The toddler pool, $4.1 million. And the community building, $6.9 million. That gives us a $91.4 million. There are the bid alternates on the next slide, which total $3.4 million, which we would suggest be done as bid alternates. The deductive alternates are kind of taken all over the place, trying to skim where we can to get back to the 65 million. I won't go over those in detail, but you basically retain all the functionality, all of the operations, all of the basics from the base, but we've been able to reduce things to bring the cost down, such as reducing sunscreens, accent walls, replace the ramps in the competition pool with the lift, a hoist for ADA access, and then resize the play structure in the recreation pool, reduce cabanas that you could add later, and then just other miscellaneous reductions. The additive alternates are additional sustainability with the photovoltaic panels at 1.3 million, adding in public art, a budget of 0.5 million, or adding an additional parking bay, approximately 91 spaces, 1.6 million. And with that, I'm going to hand this over to Gary to go over the capital cost budget.
Thank you, Don. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Good to see you again. I know we're short on time, but as Don, Andrea, Richard, Marco has elaborated, we have an option before you tonight. This team has been working tirelessly for about a couple years. We have the right number, we have the right schedule. You have some options in front of you to take the base option for 68 million. As Don mentioned, you can take some deducts, but given where we are today, we get a good plan. We'll start construction documents in August. We'll be in construction at this point about a year from now, and we'll deliver this to the city in the summer of 2029. Let me know if you have any questions when you get to answers or when it's time, but the numbers are before you. The options should be considered. Thank you.
And George Dines, I believe, is online to summarize our operational cost and our operational cost model for you. George, can you proceed?
You're unmuted, George. Go ahead. I see you there. Go ahead, George. I see your microphone moving. I'm not sure if you're speaking or do you want to check your audio settings? If not, you can call in and I can hold the phone up.
I could proceed and George could be available for questions if mayor so chooses, yes.
That'd be fine. Thank you.
So basically, the operational cost are been developed and reviewed with staff multiple times and updated. The expense factors include personnel and hours of operation, commodities, utilities, capital replacement fund, as well as the revenue factors. And the revenue factors are attendance, admissions and membership fees, rentals, aquatic program fees, and concessions and food trucks. The revenue factors are kind of your levers to increase or decrease depending on how you program it, what you charge for admission, how many rentals you do, how many programs, or concessions and food trucks. As we go to the next slide, consistent with what you've seen before, our conservative model, which is really based on the Joe Wilson model, and trying to be as conservative and transparent with that, we summarized the operational days, entry fees of $4 to $6 for children, adults $6 to $8, rental fees in the range from $100 to $200, looking at revenue for concessions and food trucks at $10,000, projected annual visit at $82,000. As we look at the other comparable municipal facilities in the area, we understand the entry fees for this are very conservative, very low, and do have the opportunity, if you so wish, to look at market rate to be adjusted. On our next slide, again, just summarizing our base scope, which is the competition pool and the recreational pool, what the capital costs are, what our cost recovery projection is for year one with this conservative model is the 28 to 40%. The operating income would thus be a negative 1.95 to 2.2 million, and the capital replacement fund of 625. The water slides, 3.6 million. Capital cost recovery potential, almost 60% at 58%. Operating income, negative 5 to 50,000. And then the capital replacement fund of 320,000. Lazy River is 11.8 million. Cost recovery, 38%. Operating income, negative 240. Capital replacement fund, 35,000. The toddler area, 5 million. Cost recovery, 42%, negative 10,000 to 30,000, with 20,000 for the capital replacement fund. And lastly, the community room, which is 6.9 million capital costs, does have cost recovery of 100%, operating income positive 30 to 50,000, with the replacement fund at 20,000. The cost recovery can really vary by fee structure and by water features and amenities. These are all toggles that the council and your policy and direction to staff will have control over. As we look at the next slide, just looking at comparable facilities, Joe Wilson is the $4, Brentwood has $5. These are all comparable facilities. North Natomas, $6 to $10. $8 is fee for Elk Grove, $9 at Folsom. Dublin, which is very comparable in terms of recreation pool, indoors, natatorium outdoor pool, toddler pool, and water slides, is $14 to $19. And just to note, that actually has up to 70% cost recovery for those elements at Dublin. And that's a very comparable size, acreage, as well as components. So as we're looking at going to higher entry fees, $10 a year would get you up to 60% cost recovery. If you look at adjusting summer rates when all of the elements are available and open, kind of more water parkish, that could be 19 to 23, and this is how Dublin does it. And in the wintertime, the pools are $4 to $6 without any of the water park elements. And so just to give you a taste of the range that you will have control over of this facility. And so with that, I think I get to turn it back to Richard. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn and consultant team. Appreciate the presentation. Council, I hope that was informative. I know that was a lot of information, but I just want to recap really quickly here the requested actions tonight. We are looking for, by majority consensus, to 1, provide direction on next steps for the Aquatic Center project, including any budget enhancements or deductive alternates, And 2, authorize staff to move forward with construction documents prepared by Group 4 Architecture Research and Planning, Inc. And staff, as well as our consultant team, are available for any questions you may have. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joaquin. So I'll return to council for preliminary questions. Do we have any on this side? Councilmember Bedoya.
Can staff please clarify that the community room for me? The slide shows 100% cost recovery for the operating cost recovery, or at least if you could verify that for me. Can I get staff's opinion how that, I guess, works or fits with the $6.9 million actual capital cost to build it? And if we were to decide to not do the community room, because it's not, I guess, technically a core aquatic feature, could we save about $6.9 million? And then, I mean, could we save $6.9 million, but we would also be giving up the $30,000 to $50,000 in projected annual operating income?
Thanks for the question, Councilmember. As it has been presented tonight, the base project does not include the community room. So the $6.9 million estimate that's shown in this presentation, it would be an enhancement to the project. So you'd be talking about additional cost above and beyond the $67.8 million figure that was presented tonight.
Fair. Okay. In my mind, the starting point was the full build-out slide, and then we were possibly scaling back. But I guess it depends how you look at it. I guess kind of focusing on some of the features, that may or may not be, where there may or may not be consensus. I have a question about like the slide that's not the two side by side for racing, but like the one it was described as a steeper slide. I want to make sure that I ask this correctly, but I wonder if there's data, like water park data. Where does like the max height for a slide, I guess, how can you achieve max height for a slide and also maximum ridership, where you're not like canceling out some people who are like, oh, that's scary slide type thing. And also for the play structure, I saw that one of the options was to reduce the scope of the play structure in the recreation pool area. My question is not necessarily to reduce it, but how can we add, this goes back, like my memory goes back to the 90s in certain water parks, like a dump bucket feature. And I think that's really all my questions for now.
I'm going to have our consultant team answer these technical questions. Thank you.
Okay, through the mayor, council member. For the water slides, the 2 run-out slides actually are the ones that have the lowest height requirement, so trying to maximize availability to as many community members as possible. And then the faster slide does have a higher height requirement, but all of that can be brought back to council and given you the options to help us spec the slides. We worked with staff right now to give us the input on the 3 slides that we've chosen. And in terms of the bucket, the play bucket for the water feature, the outdoor toddler area right now does have the bucket feature in it. And I believe if that was desired, we could add that in exchange for another element that's currently in the indoor pool. So again, those elements can be customized and you can spec and select within multiple options.
Okay, sorry. You said, so it does have it in the outdoor feature?
Yeah, right now we're showing it in the outdoor pool.
Apologies. Okay, I missed it.
And that's
Thank
where Andrea's son will be for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any council members on this side? Councilmember Nygaard.
Thank you for
your mic.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Thank you for the presentation. Yes, very engaging, and I think very much this amenity has been in our plan for quite some time. My question is, because going back to what the original concept was, because I pulled up a lot of articles to read the history and the timeline, one of the main asks was the competition pool, because this stems back to Miss Pinky's legacy, the Triton coach, and really the need for a real good competition pool. So on slide 9, you have kind of like a mixed competition use. So you have the competition on the one right there. So you have competition on this one end, and then the recreational use on that other side. So for my understanding, competitions could last up to 3 days, so anywhere from 1 to 3 days. So if a competition, were to come in, would the recreational side have to be closed down so the competition could be in progress?
Yes, and so for the short course competition pool, the lanes would go all the way across the length of the pool, and they would have a buffer of a couple of lanes left empty, so the warm-up lanes could be on one half of the pool, and the competition could happen at the other side of the pool. We do have a separate fence that you can kind of see it there behind the umbrellas that goes all the way around, so you can actually secure the competition pool off from the rest of the facility for it to be used dedicated to meets and events that could last 1 to 3 days. Inside the recreational pool, we do have, in addition to the toddler zero entry, the play feature, we do have additional swim lanes and places for recreational swimmers in there to use during those periods. So really looking at shared use instead of adding additional pools.
So the warm-up pool would be shared.
So the warm-up pool in a short course is typically in a 50-meter pool done on one side with the competition on the other side with the starting blocks and things. And we've indicated where the spectator seating is with our canopy down at what I'll call the south end of the pool here. And so that end is typically where the competition would be, with the warm-up pools up at the other end, warm-up pool lanes up at the other side.
So during a competition, can those be compatible at the same time?
Yes.
You can have a warm-up pool going on at the same time as the competition? Oh, yeah, okay. Didn't know. Yeah, that was just my main thing, is just trying to look at the focus of, the competition pool. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council? Okay. Just a quick question for Mr. Nafusi. I think there was some confusion as to what tonight's agenda item was. Can you provide some clarification with regards to, we saw 2 different plans last week. Can you explain the interplay between those 2 plans and what we're approaching for tonight's agenda item?
Sure. As agendized, the item before council only involves the city staff's plan working with G4. Last week, we had an audit between the city staff's plan with G4 and the developer's plan. The developer's plan is not for consideration this evening. There was no action or consensus given by council. But for tonight, your all scope is limited to that as agendized. So, we'd say that would be your all's parameters for purposes of discussion this evening, is to look at what was presented this evening and to focus on this plan.
Okay, so essentially for tonight's agenda item, it's only moving forward the scope of the G4 plan.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I think that may have been a little confusing to folks last week, but thank you for the clarification. All right, those are my questions for now. At this time, we will go to public comment. Can I please see hands raised for speakers who'd like to speak on this item? I believe I saw 16 hands. Does that sound right? Okay, so that would be 2 minutes per speaker. Do we have any speaker cards for this item?
Yes, Mayor, 3 cards.
Okay, let's go ahead and start with our speaker cards, please.
Robert Tanner.
Looks like we're going to have to make this quick. I would prefer that you start off with the indoor pool, recreation pool, and the outdoor 50-meter competition pool. The whole thing started with this boondoggle, if you will, that there was a lack of pools. Let's get those basic pools in. The other thing I noticed is that the toddler pool, which I would like to have, it showed on one chart 5 million, on another chart 4.1. That's a $900,000 difference. Don't know why that is. But If it's an indoor recreation pool, a portion of the shallow end could be used with the toddlers. It would just have to be spiked out that way. Also, I happen to notice that the lazy river and the toddler under the one floor plan that is shown shows that there's a gap between the two. Toddlers don't stay in the same area all the time. They move around, just like babies do. And you got a gap, those toddlers could go into the lazy river. You could have a problem. It's not completely across the toddler area. If you're going to do that, it must be completely across. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner. Next speaker card, please.
Todd Lieberg.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Todd Lieberg. I want to thank staff and Group 4 for their presentation tonight. That pool, that aquatic center looks amazing. Looking forward to it. I'm requesting that you vote yes tonight on the Group 4, the /city plan. I've been involved in Tracy Aquatics for close to 20 years. My kids swam for the Tracy Tritons. They later coached for the Tracy Tritons. I was on the board of the Tracy Tritons. I was the president of the Tracy Tritons. I coached water polo and swim at Tracy High School. Over a year ago, you guys unanimously voted to direct staff to bring back this project. Group 4 did exactly as you requested. They brought back this project. It's important to note that this is an amenity, okay? Amenities benefit everyone, not just a select few. They're an investment in your community. Amenities are what make Tracy great. When people think, why do they like Tracy? Why do they love Tracy? They think of amenities. 4th of July celebration at Lincoln Park, ball games at Legacy Fields, block parties downtown. Those are all amenities that you guys help support. Let's add to that list tonight. By voting yes tonight, you acknowledge the millions of dollars you've already committed to this project. The Parks Department, Group 4 have worked hard. The community has participated in this project. By voting yes tonight, you build the #1 amenity that the community wants, the 50-meter pool. By voting yes tonight, you guys prioritize building this in the shortest amount of time possible. This project goes quickly. By voting yes tonight, you guys control all costs, all subsidies, all entrance fees. Finally, by voting yes tonight, you guys own these plans. It's been 20 years. Be remembered as the council that got this built, not as the council that further delayed it or didn't build it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lieberg. Next speaker card, please.
Christina Orsi.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. Thank you for your hard work on those plans. My name's Christina Orsi, and I'm here to urge you to vote yes and move forward with the city plan tonight. I'm a lifelong third-generation Tracy resident. I'm a former Tritons parent, and I am a patient taxpayer who has waited 20 years for this to happen. While roads, water, and public safety are essential, it's the parks, libraries, trails, gathering places, and yes, the pools that transform a city into a community. That's why I was really concerned last week when I heard council members seeming to express more concern about subsidizing a long overdue public amenity, but not as concerned for subsidizing the long-time legal costs of fighting Sirlin over this project. I agree, taxpayers deserve thoughtful stewardship of every public dollar, but I ask you to consider why you're more comfortable spending those millions on legal fees rather than a public amenity for all of our families and all of our kids. I'll leave you with words that I learned from the DARE project. Courage isn't following the crowd. It's making the right choice even when the crowd disagrees. Please show your character tonight and follow through on your commitment and move forward with the city plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Orsi. Next speaker, please.
No additional speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone who'd like to speak on this item who did not fill out a speaker card, time is yours. You have 2 minutes.
Pat Howell. I am very pleased at the job that the staff did. You asked them to come back with $65 million plan, they came back with that. You asked them to delegate how much each amenity would cost if we added it, they did that. They even came back with some adjustments that you can make. I don't know what more we could ask for. It's beautiful. And we need to move on it. It needs to be passed tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Howell. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Sam Fairfield. I would just like you guys to vote yes on this. I mean, it looks amazing.
Sir, can you speak a little closer to the microphone? Sorry to
A
hear
little
you.
closer? Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
I would just like you guys to vote yes on this. We need to move forward. I've been to, must be 12 of these meetings, and it's time. You know, let's just, the amenity looks beautiful. They did a great job. They put in a lot of work, and let's just get this done. So I urge you guys to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairfield. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Long time waiting. I said that April 2025, and here we are again. Please go forward with this project that all of you gave direction to our staff. Over $2 million, and maybe even more, going back to 2024, 2025. Our staff continues working on this. We deserve better. You need to be good stewards. Like when I talked about Measure V, it doesn't mean that it's our money, it's our money. And we're going to be paying and investing on this. We're going to be maintaining this pool. It's a lot of tax dollars. Let's get it done. I'm all for it. It's a great plan. I had loved it before. We could do without the cabanas. I mean, we could scale back. That's, that's not a necessity. That was never really on the plans, but it's something that people talked about. And also, too, I love the pool with the beach entry. That's really good. It's also safe for the little ones to just walk into the pool. The fees, I think they're very, right now, they're really good. Things are changing. Please, if you keep stalling this will start it at 40, 45, 60, 65. It's going to cost more. You're going to infringe on our taxpayers' money, and the burden is already there with the rates of our water, our sewage, and garbage. There's a lot of families out there. If you don't go forward with this, they're not going to be able to afford to go to this. And the swim teams, they deserve better. I love the competition pool, what they did. Being a Triton family, my grandkids, my other grandkids, this is one of the better competitions pools I've seen in a long time because, Tracy High, I mean, it wasn't meant for that. We need something where we could bring money in, we could bring other cities to here for our competitions. It's one of the better designs that I've seen in a long time, and I really appreciate staff's hard work. You continue to work on this. We appreciate it because I know shouldn't be a burden, but you're doing your job, and I appreciate it. Please move forward on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. English. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Honorable Mayor and City Council. Chris Longton, 24 Central Avenue, on behalf of the community plan. We submitted information for the public record earlier today to this council regarding responding to requests and comments brought up at last Tuesday's council and Parks Commission meeting. The request was to see a community plan to keep admission prices around $10 while still maximizing cost recovery and minimizing subsidies. and also efficient staffing to minimize ongoing labor costs, which would still include union jobs if required. The plan still includes a 50-meter competition pool, 6-lane warm-up pool for USA Swim sanctioned events. The 6-lane warm-up pool is very important for those competitions. The adjusted $9 admission price for the community plan still provides all these things with a construction budget cost of $72 million for a comparable plan to G4. Note, it's important to note that this plan was previously provided to the audit consultant in February of this year. And again, some key highlights: a $9 average ticket price for Tracy residents. That was always built into the models. That's flexible, but we've submitted that so you can see it for yourself. 7,000 plus complimentary tickets annually are provided and have been included in all previously submitted models. And it maintains superior cost recovery with 65% cost recovery for the comparable plan and a 95% cost recovery for the $94 million build-out plan. And importantly, this includes the transfer of community plan ownership to the city. Link has been provided to the city for that. Our consultants, UDA, WTI, and ProFund are online and available to answer any questions and may have comment. We do understand that there are people online waiting that are not being heard. They can't be heard in the chambers. I don't know if that's an issue, but may need correction. We submit this information, ask the council to give serious consideration to determine the type of aquatic center that will best serve the residents of Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, City Council, excuse me, Richard English. Yeah, I was all prepared to come here tonight and say, oh my God, we can't afford to do this, we can't afford to do that. But the plan they came up with and staff and everything, I thought was workable. It's perfect. It's something that the city can afford, and I think we should go forward with it. I think I have to remind some people here, this isn't Serpa's pool. This is Tracy's pool. And so therefore that we can always add on or do things depending on how well the pool is going, but I think we should go forward with this plan tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. English. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
First of all, I want to thank all San Joaquin County Fire Authority, Tracy PD, city staff, and all emergency responders for their incredible work during the weekend. For the warehouse fire, the ash and debris fell on our homes. Many of us are terrified. Their swift response really helped us protecting our community. Coming to the aquatic park, I have been attending city council meetings since last 4 years on this aquatic center project. During that time, residents have consistently shown up supporting this project to move forward. My concern is that every time we make progress, we have seen revisit decisions and have been already made. The City Council previously voted unanimously to move forward with the Group 4 direction, and I respectfully ask why we are considering reversing the decision now. The Group 4 plan is most construction ready and affordable option available today. It provides a realistic path to finally deliver an aquatic facility to our residents. And over time we can add the enhancements. It also includes the indoor pool that can be used year-long, benefit families, students, and seniors, and swim programs and competitive athletes. I also strongly support the community room. Tracy has very limited options for event and gathering spaces, especially on the south side of Tracy. Many residents travel Livermore, Dublin, and spend thousands of dollars for their celebrations and events. Having a quality space will really help us and make the money into the community. So staff I know we have a great Parks and Recreation team, city staff and consultants. Trust your team, give them go ahead, let them get it done. So our community has already waited long enough. It's time to stop studying, stop revisiting decisions, which is already made. Start building. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mayor. Yeah, So thanks for this opportunity, and I would like to support G4. That's my goal, because like as of now we had been trying to talk. We have been trying to talk about the aquatic park in quite a time, and it's time to stop talking and start from blueprint phase to the bulldozer phase. And the most feasible option is Group 4, which I support, and it's time to deliver to the residents right now. So I will be requesting you to please support on G4. At the same time, if you want to go for an enhancement in future, you can, but as of now we would be allocating the additional plan for future. So as of now we support Group 4. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. Good evening. As a resident of Tracy, I would like to voice my strong voice against enthusiastic support for the immediate approval and moving forward of a Tracy Aquatic Center. Our city has been waited for more than 20 years for a dedicated public aquatic facility. It is time to turn the long-awaited vision into a reality for our community. I urge the council to approve the plan tonight for the several vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Dan, staff.
Good evening.
My name is Roy Hawkins. I've lived in Tracy for over 35 years, and I've watched our little town grow from 22,000 to over 109,000 people with a swimming pool that's nice, but not adequate for today's needs. Our families, young and old, need an aquatic center that accommodates the recreational swimmer, the little toddlers, the competition field, and those that just want to learn how to swim. The community designed aquatic center answers all of those needs, plus so much more, so many more amenities that haven't even been brought up tonight. With an admission fee now that is $10, not $18 to $24 or $100 for a family of four that somebody here once said. $10 to get in for the whole day. Why wouldn't you want to build it? The city budget and the family budget makes sense. The plans are done, the location is done, the location is available. The people of Tracy want this done. Let's put the past aside and approve the community design pool. Let's get this done so we can go swimming.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Next speaker, please.
Tim Silva, Tracy, California, fourth generation Tracyite. I sat in this very city hall here way back, I believe, in 2006 when Les Serpa got up in front of this podium and the city council and the city staff and promised the city of Tracy that he would build this aquatic park for $55 million. The drawing was over here. He had a bunch of consultants then. This is like the 20th consultant since then. If they wanted to improve that, they should have built it then, and they should have built it on their dime, not my dime. Now they absconded and they put this on my dime. It comes out of my taxes, and he promised to build this. I sat right here while he talked about this, and I wasn't even here for that. I was here to build a disc golf course. That's why I was here, and I just happened to see it. And I know Les Serpa. I went to school with him. I went to school with the Serpa family. I'm very fond of them. My mom worked with their dad at the firehouse. I'm very fond of the Serpa family. I went to school with Mike. I went to school with Les. I went to school with Steve. I went to school with Lori. I know this family well. They're a good family. But I can't believe he sat here and said he was going to pay for this and build this for approving the Ellis project. And the city council said, that's a great idea. We have this rendering of a beautiful drawing of this pool. And now here we are, how many years later? I got my disc golf course built. but we don't have a pool built. And so now they want to change it again. They had that opportunity to design the pool when they built it, when they said they were going to build it for approving the project. That time has come and gone. The time is to build it now. I really don't want to spend $70 million on a pool. I think we could take that money and use it something better. I don't like it coming out of my property taxes because a bond is only a loan. And I'm disappointed that I have to pay for this, and we're still here this many years later still talking about it when it should have been built 20 years ago. Let's just get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you. My name is Brian. Last week I came here and I said that I was not very familiar with the ongoings of this project. And I have some time off for summer, so I actually spent the last week binge watching all of these council meetings for the past 2 years. I put it in my public comment, but that might be lost because it's inundated by all of these other public comments that are these weird, like, robot text. If you go look at the public comment out there, it's just page after page after page of this cryptic messaging. But anyways, I don't know why we're here at all, quite honestly. I don't know why we're talking about this for how many times now. Last year, I think it was Mr. Lieberg, he predicted what would happen with the audit. He said you're going to compare apples to oranges. That's exactly what happened. Last week they came and they said that one is a destination, one is for the community. And so I really don't understand what we're doing here, and I don't understand why we're even talking about the developer plan anyways, because we're here to push forward this city plan. I'm gonna take up my full 2 minutes here, so let's see. Yeah, you guys voted 5-0 last year to move forward with the plan, spend $100,000 on an audit, back to where we are. They said that the schedule for the developer plan was notional, meaning it was imaginary, whereas our city plan, they're ready to move forward with developer documents and get it built within, I think they said, 3 years. So it's no brainer to me. I really don't understand what we're doing here, why we're wasting time. I don't get it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Shane O'Neill. I've lived in Tracy for since 2000. My children have participated in Tracy Aquatics since 2008. Please vote to move forward on the base, the two pool, the one indoor, one outdoor. I would love to have USA Swim polo and swim and apparently dive. I didn't know there was going to be a dive portion of the pool. That's great. That's awesome, actually. It's time, like everybody else has been saying. I just want to reiterate that this has been in front of the council lots of times, not necessarily you guys, but now you. And please vote in the affirmative to move this forward. Again, the base vote for the two pools. And thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Next speaker, please. Last call here. Okay.
I don't understand even why we're discussing this. How can you discuss something that is?
Michelle, can you bring the microphone closer so we can hear you?
How can you discuss something that has already been figured out and approved? I don't understand. Why would we still have to get plans from SERPA? SERPA is going to give us the plans? No, they're not going to give us the plans. So I suggest that you guys all get out paper and pencil and start making plans. I don't understand why we cannot go with the plan that is best suited for us. It's not Sirlin's park, it's our park. And as soon as everybody in this building and everywhere else realizes that we, the people, are what is paying for tons of this stuff that happens in the city. Not the city manager. She's not paying for it. The taxpayers are paying for it. The people that live in this city are paying for what we need or what we get. And we don't get a lot. There's a lot of money that I don't understand where it is in this city. I was told by someone that we had $660 million in the pot. 660 million? How come we have potholes? How come we don't have trees? How come we don't have any animal control? How come people are living with rats? I don't understand this. So I think the best thing for you to do is to vote for not the Sirlin plan. Forget about Sirlin. They owe us $10 million. Are we going to be in lawsuits until I'm dead? Probably. It won't be long. I mean, I'm old already. So just think about it. Think about what you're doing up here.
Ma'am, your time's elapsed.
Thank you, Michelle. Next speaker, please. Seeing none in chambers. Do we have any online?
Yes, Mayor, several hands online. We'll go first to Steve Otterman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good. Steve Otterman with Urban Design Associates. We're associated with the community plan. I wanted to emphasize a couple things that Chris Long had said earlier and add a couple as well. Main things being that the community plan is flexible to be able to provide the amenities that the Tracy residents and city council asked for in the community, in the council's priorities that you identified several years ago. A 50-meter pool, a lap pool, lazy river, water slides, an area for children. The community plan does all of this and does so at a ticket price that is affordable to all, with many thousands of complimentary tickets for those who are unable to pay. It has by far the most superior cost recovery. What we mean by that is that each and every year, any version of the community plan saves the city over $1 million compared to its comparable Group 4 plan, to the tune of $1.1 to $1.8 million every year cost savings to the city of Tracy. I'll also highlight that the attendance projections presented last week show that the community plan will serve more residents of Tracy, serving over 100,000 to 142,000 residents each year in the community plan, which is 20 to 40,000 more than what you would get from the Group 4 plan. I'd also note that when we ran our ticket pricing models to see what the effect of reduced ticket prices would be, heck, you could go down to $0 and still be able to get by with less subsidy, meaning less losses with any version of the community plan than what's been presented to you tonight. I think it's important, if City Council believes in providing the greatest good for the greatest number of Tracy residents, the answer is clear. The community plan performs better in terms of
Sir, your
attendance,
time's elapsed.
in cost
Thank you,
recovery,
Mr. Otterman.
and in all other factors.
Sir,
Thank you.
your time's elapsed.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Michelle Bazinet. Go ahead and accept the unmute request. There you go. You're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, hello, Council. So as demonstrated in last week's independent audit of aquatic proposals, the community plan, which was designed with the help of Tracy community members, does provide the most amenities, a higher level of programming, and a sustainable level of financial performance for the city. The 50-meter competition pool is designed with much help from Tracy swim teams and competition experts, ensuring that pool dimensions, safety standards, and operational guidelines comply and fully meet state swim meet regulatory rules and guidelines. Without full compliance, sanctioned swim meets could not be held in a non-conforming pool. Also, the community plan's better amenity revenues will pay for the high cost of operating the 50-meter competition pool, blessing the city with the highest level of cost recovery and the lowest financial impact on the city's general fund. The community plan aquatic center will also benefit local businesses and put Tracy on the map of companies looking to relocate to a community with quality amenities for its employees. Tracy is now in a changed sales tax environment. This is important. The California League of Cities pushed for a change last year of the Bradley Burns tax on e-commerce. The change would greatly reduce Tracy's revenues from e-commerce sales funneled through distribution centers in the city. In addition, Measure V is set to sunset in about 10 years, and its sales tax revenues will no longer be available to fund annual amenity operations. The community plan's superior financial performance, with its emphasis on high operational cost recovery, provides the city with a sustainable solution to sales tax challenges. I urge you to select the community plan as the go-forward aquatic center, your legacy to a quality community and sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bassinet. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is AJ. Please go ahead.
Hi.
Oh, hold on. Go ahead and accept the unmute request. There you go. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity. I'm a Tracy resident for the last 4 years, and I urge the councilman to go ahead with the G4 plan. It's been voted by all of you guys, and we are here 1 year later just to discuss the city plan. We've had the opportunity to come to a consensus with regards to the community plan, so-called community plan, which by itself, the name is a blasphemy. We are not here to discuss that. We are just here on a go-ahead on the city plan now, since we did not come to a consensus. If there's any misunderstanding in the agenda, I hope the councilman, the city councilman and councilwoman do not get into the discussion again of pulling and going around in circles after years of doing that. I hope the city votes unanimously to take this project forward and we go ahead into the construction bidding phase. Any change on that today would mean that we go back 3 years in time and we again look at legal challenges in accepting the so-called community plans, and we start with the entire circus again. I hope that's not the case tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Upendra Kondoju.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Well, it's funny to hear that Surland is still coming with proposals as against the current proposed plan, which is design complete and then build ready. If they really thought about the benefit of residents and the city, they could have built it by now and it would have been money generating power by now. Anyways, let's keep things aside. Respected mayor and team, thank you so much for all the approvals that were done last year with amazing 5-0 vote. The G4 team has done a great job in coming up with amazing plan within the proposed budget. We definitely need to act fast without any deviation, and I trust the entire panel that they will vote in favor of this plan, and we will not have any further discussions on changes, redesigns, etc. Rather, we expect to have additional agenda, additional meetings in future to track the status, to see like whether we are on time. And then I really expect to have the park ready where my kids can start use the pool in 2029. I definitely request you guys to take wise vote and then definitely vote in favor of this plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mandar.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Tracy, Mayor, Honorable Council, and the amazing staff. This is Mandar Raje, resident of Tracy for 4 years. I am joining today, from over 8,000 miles away. I've, personally spent more than 100 hours doing research on this aquatic park. I just couldn't stay, detached from this meeting, though I'm not physically there right now. I've seen that in the last 4 years itself, we have gone back and forth so much on this topic. We started with the city council moving, voting from, against acquiring the land from Surland, the threat of lawsuits after lawsuits. Then finally, the council manning up and voting yes to acquire the land, and then staff getting chance to move ahead with the designs. and then we saw the designs come up to life. It took a year almost, and now we are almost there for 2 years later, and we are still discussing designs and whether to move forward or not, right? So I totally appreciate that the council and the mayor gave go ahead to come up with the designs. They asked for different options. They also understood that it's a whole lot of sticker price for the residents. So we can have a phased approach, which I totally appreciate. So having gone this far in the right direction, I would urge the council to keep moving in the right path and not turn back and start a whole new complete like a different spin on this. So please move ahead with voting yes and let the residents finally get to see an aquatic park. In addition, being the resident of South Tracy, and we don't really have any community rooms or any affordable options, I would also emphasize that that is something that we definitely
Sir, your time's
would
elapsed.
like to have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Vanu Mata.
Hi, this is Venu Matta, and thanks for the opportunity, City Council. So, like everyone was saying, right, like pretty much like so far from all the folks, what I'm hearing is like everyone is like yes for the T4 plan, and same with me too. And like I just heard like Mandar, he was just saying he was speaking from 8,000 miles. He was so connected to that, and every one of us are the same. I don't want this to lead to a situation maybe after so many years, like 10 years from now, someone speaks from the heaven saying that I want to vote for this plan again. Yes, I don't want it to go that state. So I would request the city council to vote yes for this G4 plan, right? So, and that's what I want to stress again about this one. The best time to start this one was years ago, and the next best time I would say is today. So I would say let's make that happen today, and we can remember that today is the day when it all started. And thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mata. Next speaker, please.
Travis.
Hi, Travis Beckett. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, Mayor, Council. I would just like to express the same sentiment that I spoke at the last meeting, that very disappointed. I feel like the public is being misled, and I don't know if it's staff or what's happening, but last meeting, neither of the applicants were able to speak to what came out from the vendor that the city hired to go through the financials. The whole point, the questions and all of that was brought about is certain council members did not believe the financial figures that were being presented to them by the community design plan, and probably because Sirland was behind it. So they just decided to question it. Those were validated by the city's vendor that didn't speak, by the way, at that meeting, which was also questionable. But the whole point of that was council had a lot of questions. Mayor Arreola, you had several questions about that went unanswered. And you were told, well, I can't streamline that. When you have the report, all they had to do is go to the report, call the vendor, the consultant up to go through that. So I feel like the public is getting a disingenuous effort by staff who's just pushing forward this plan very quickly, when there's another plan out there that by all means will actually make money for the city and is an actual aquatic park. So I want you to say, hey, everybody's saying we need to get this done. We need to get this done. It's such an important project. Well, certain council members on there prioritize the multi-gen over the aquatic center, when the aquatic center was the one that was really the big push to get Measure V monies. So there is time on this. We should do it right. You should have a meeting where you hear both plans, you get both presentations, and you get all of your answers. One makes money, one takes taxpayer money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beckett. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Rahul. Ready? Please go ahead.
Good
You're
evening,
unmuted.
Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Rahul, and I'm a Tracy resident who has been attending these council meetings to support the aquatic park project. Yeah. So imagine hiring an architect to design your home approving the blueprints, and then every time construction is about to begin, someone says, let's study it a little more. At some point, you stop studying and start building. This is exactly where we are tonight. I'm here tonight to ask for one thing, a yes vote on the G4 plan tonight. This council commissioned G4 to develop a professional plan for the aquatic park. They delivered. The plan is in front of you. And yet, here we are again. Same conversation, same hesitation, no progress. The community plan that keeps being raised, it covers the same ground. It is not a reason to delay. It is a reason to move forward with confidence, knowing the community's vision and G4's plan are aligned. Every meeting we table this decision, we lose time, we lose momentum, and we send a message to Tracy residents that their patience means nothing. Families in the communities have been waiting for this facility. The wait needs to end tonight. You asked for a plan, you have a plan, you have the community support. What you need is the will to act tonight. Please vote yes on the G4 plan, approve the aquatic park. Let's start building and stop wasting time, like always. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
It looks like we have one last hand that went up. Santosh Devunuri. Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I'm Santosh, resident of Ellis. So when we bought the house, we were promised that like we'll be getting aquatic park and school the very next year. But still, like we are discussing the plan and waiting for the approval. So I have 8 years old daughter. I'm preparing her for this like aquatic park because she has to come to this city meeting like next 10 years and vote for the design. So please prove me wrong and let my daughter enjoy the aquatic park rather than she like coming to the city council meetings and vote for the design in next 10 years or like 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any additional speakers?
No, Mayor, no additional hands raised.
Okay, last call for public comment on this item for anyone who's not spoken yet. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close out public comment on item 6A. Before we get to council questions, I don't believe I heard a number of people state their position which they preferred, but I did hear a question that I have not heard answered. So staff, quickly as to Mr. Tanner's question, can you please explain he had a question about a gap between the toddler and the lazy river. Can you clarify what's going on there, please?
Yeah, Mayor, do you happen to have that question written down? I do not have that question in front of me that Robert Tanner mentioned.
It was about the gap between the toddler area and the lazy river. Can you
Perfect. Perfect. Our team will bring that up.
Mayor, if I may, when Andrea presented the site plan and the fly-through, the gap is not a gap. So right now, the toddler pool and the lazy river are shown connected. But that is an option, and she explained it that way when we presented it. The toddler pool can be separate from the lazy river. There's many precedents where they are connected. That connection is typically a lifeguard station to protect any of the toddlers from wandering, but the lazy river is a shallower pool too, and so a lot of times they do like them connected. It is an option that you can choose to have or not to have.
Thank you. Mayor Protem, go ahead.
There was one other question he had. I believe it was on one slide. It said 5 million. The other one it said 4.1.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, I did look at that while we were going through this. I believe there was an error on one of our slides. The figure for the toddler pool should be 4.1 million. I think it was inaccurately depicted on one slide as 5 million.
Okay, thank you. So returning to council, we can have further discussion and or motions. At this time, I just want to clarify, pursuant to the slide on requested action, tonight our role is to provide direction and on the entire project, and to move forward, to authorize staff to move forward with construction documents. So that's where we are tonight. Who would like to get started? Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, if I could just clarify,
Yes.
I mean, the direction is, that we're looking for is to either move forward with this plan. The option is also or not. I just want to make sure it's clear that we're not pigeonholing council into any particular vote.
Understood. That was item 1 on requested action, and then if we move forward with this plan, it would be the moving forward with the construction document specifically by Group 4. Correct? Thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for everybody's comments. The one thing, I reached out to people that usually don't come to council meetings, and the one thing, and I also agreed and I voiced it, my only concern is the indoor pool, because I know it adds cost initially, and then also my understanding it adds annual operational costs. So as I stated previously, that's my big concern is what we're going to spend annually on this pool, because as was pointed out earlier tonight, there are other things that can be used for the funds, and several people that I spoke to are wondering, and we have a coming up for 6B tonight talking about the roadways. So if we're able to save some money doing that and kind of maybe modifying this down, I think that might be more palatable for some people. I know you took the direction. I appreciate that. I'm voicing wasn't really for the indoor. I think outdoor pool is fine. A lot of people just said, they always envision, I talked to people who are part of the Tracy Tomorrow Beyond years ago, and their thoughts was, 50-meter rec and a toddler area was what they had envisioned previously. But those are kind of my concerns. I do appreciate you guys looking back at the subsidy to try to reduce that for the city, because that's also been my concern voiced previously. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Bedoya.
I have a question before I make some comments. Let's pretend council, had some consensus on what I would call items number 1 through 5. Basically, that was everything but the community room. And council's question to you was, can options number 1 through 5, so was it the water slides, lazy river, outdoor toddler area, competition pool, and the recreation pool. Can those all be, I guess, what does it look like for those all to be delivered by that 2029 deadline? And I guess what would we look like if we were to decide to put our weight and money behind that? Number 1 through 5 as soon as possible. Is that feasible, or is the 2029 deadline like just the base plan? And I know that I would anticipate staff would come back with the response that says, we've got to have a certain amount of money to go out to bid. Is there a way to speed that up if council wanted to really support all the amenities that community has been saying? And then, of course, times change, so, it doesn't hurt if there's newer people that say, hey, this is a cool feature. I don't understand a contrary argument. Sorry about that, whoever.
Councilmember Bedoya, if I could just clarify, we have an image up here on the screen for everyone to see here. This is considered the full build-out site plan. Is this all of the amenities that you were just referring to in your list?
If council had decided to do all of those either at first or at all except for C. C or 6, the community room.
Except for the community room? Everything on the screen now except for the community room? Yeah, we have those estimates in the staff report tonight, as well as in the PowerPoint here.
I guess more like timeline, timeline and like bidding and all that, like how.
Sure, I'll let Don with G4 talk about how this may impact the development of construction documents and the timeline associated with that. But we do have these estimates in the presentation. We can pull these up and get you an exact number here.
Yeah, the schedule that is shared with you is for full build out. And so it can all be delivered within the schedule, 1 through 6.
Okay. Then this might be more of a question for staff, funding. if we wanted to get to that $85 million mark without the community room? How does that?
Well, a couple options that we have considered internally is we do have some Measure V projects that are currently funded but not fully funded. We have a nature park project and we have Ritter Family Ballpark that have some funding available. So potentially those two projects, you do have some choices there if you wanted to use some of that funding potentially for this project. But then, of course, those projects would be unfunded or partially funded. In the case of Ritter Family Ballpark, we have a long way to go to get to the figure we need to have a project with that one. So, but those projects are to Measure V funded amenities that do have balances right now that could potentially have funding that could be transferred at council's discretion to a project like this.
Okay. I guess to the potential delta from sorry. If we wanted to solve for the delta based on the potential 65 million that we have now, really it's 55, right? To get to that 85, if we were to back, just numbers 1 through 5, does that delay the process like a whole lot more? Sorry, I guess does staff see the potential to actually meet that delta without like a huge delay? We're talking potentially 20
Councilmember, if I may, I think a more productive way to look at this would be for the council to decide what they want to do and then direct staff to come back with how could we fund this.
Okay, and I'm with you. I just wanted to kind of like get my get the groundwork before I ask that.
Yes, but I think we're playing at a guessing game in a situation where we don't know what the council is choosing to do, and if the council were to proceed with a project, then I think staff would have to come back with all the potential funding availability that we have to complete that project if it was council's direction to complete it by 2029. Otherwise, we will sit here and continue to guess as to all the available funding resources. And in general, the general fund has a number of available different CIP projects, and there are a lot of different ones. But we would essentially come back to you with a number of different recommended sources that we would make available in order to make the council's will a reality if it chose as a body to do that, right? Whatever that project is.
I'm with you. I guess before I began to build support behind an option, I wanted to see where kind of feasibly it was and not just kind of another meeting where we come back and say, oh, this is going to take 2.5 more years because we don't have the delta. So I appreciate the characterization, but like really, this is the time to ask the questions, if we add, how much are we potentially, can we go out to bid right away? Can we do this? But I hear you. Thank you. I'll wrap it up with my comments. I'm really here to keep it focused on what Tracy families have been asking for, building an aquatic center. I've been clear every time that it's come before council that affordability really needs to be what we're thinking about when we're building a public amenity. This is a city project on public land. At least that's what's being proposed right now, using public dollars. And that means it has to serve the public. A public aquatic center is not just a business model, it's a public service. Admission prices, access for working families, swim lessons, youth programs, public control, and then long-term accountability, that all matters. That's why we were elected. It's not an easy decision. If public dollars are being used, then public access and public accountability, it has to come first. We spent years getting to this point, and I don't want Tracy families' hopes that have been kind of strung along for 20 years to be tied up in another round of uncertainty or delay. My position is simple: get it built, keep it public, keep it affordable, make it last. At this time, I would support moving forward with the current city-led path and authorizing staff to proceed with next steps for construction documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, just want to say thank you very much to staff. Thank you very much to G4. Great presentation. Thanks most of all, as always, to the public for coming out and speaking your mind. It's tremendous help in a project like this, trying to get this moving forward. Want to summarize real quick what I heard from G4. We're at 60% drawings. Next phase in design is issued for construction drawings or construction documents. Okay. I heard FAA approval Currently, that is complete. That is no small task. Getting any federal approval, especially from an agency like FAA, takes a lot of time. It costs money. That's done for this project. Good. I heard CEQA approval. That's a big one as well. State approval for environmental. That's no easy task as well. So we're way down the road, I guess, is the picture I'm painting on this process for the city design. I heard substantial sustainability elements have been included in this design. I want to thank you for that as well. You went into great detail on that. I won't rehash it, but there's a lot there. Just to get to the point, I think everybody knows where I stand on this project. It's been the same since the beginning. I'm ready to break ties with the past and move this forward. I'll tell you what I'm in support of right now. I'm 100% in support of moving ahead with the city's plan, the G4 plan, and giving the okay to finally move this forward. I'm 100% in support of if we want to prioritize the 50-meter pool. This is what's been talked about, since the 1990s. This is the thing that really spawned this whole idea. It's the competition pool. 100% behind ensuring there are no further delays in this. We do not need any further delays. I know I hear people calling in from I don't know where, but saying things like, we need to take more time. We've taken enough time. The public's waited long enough. Generations of kids have grown up and, not had this amenity. I'll tell you now what I'm open to. I'm open to making adjustments to phase 1 to prioritize things like public safety. We know we've got a lot of money we need to spend coming up for our substation, our police substation, our fire stations that we need. There are a lot of things that we need, and we have estimates on this right now. But as we know, just to be blunt and straightforward and going to state the obvious, public projects don't tend to stay on budget. You can see the Tracy Recreational Activity Center. I think that's going to go over budget. Maybe I'm crazy, but I have a feeling that's going to go. Already seeing some costs. Project manager in me, I know what's happening. The homeless shelter, over schedule, over budget. This is just, it's not just our city, it's just typical for these types of projects. So we think we know what the public safety facilities are going to cost, but those are going to likely change, up or down. My guess would be I typically err towards up. So right now, the way it's set up is we've funded those things, but it requires, I believe it's a $15 million loan from the general fund. And so I'm open to minimizing that as much as possible, prioritizing public safety over water slides and lazy river for now. Not saying that we couldn't build these in the future. They would just be a future phase. Either way, I'm in support of moving the construction documents forward. But again, just saying I'm open to right-sizing this thing to ensure that we prioritize public safety. It is the most important thing. And I know every council member up here thinks that, but sometimes it's harder to truly prioritize these things and make it happen. I want to get the 50-meter pool built, the necessary appurtenances. We need parking. There are pool equipment and other things that I know staff is probably thinking about right now and calculating. If we were to do some right sizing here to ensure the pool gets built first, I think we could ensure that we put public safety at the top of the list. So that's pretty much where I'm at for now. I think any thought of reverting to the other option, the developer option, is fraught with risks that I've said many, many times. The city is entangled in multiple lawsuits with this developer. Clearly, we would be putting our legal team in jeopardy, putting them at a legal disadvantage with this developer, where we'd have to go back and negotiate with them for their drawings, which are not as far along as what we spent $2 million on already. So I'm not in support of that at this time. So I would urge us to move forward. Again, I've explained what I'm open to, Want to get the 50-meter pool built for sure. I'm open to moving the entire phase 1 forward, or the 50-meter pool and appurtenances. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nygaard.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been a long struggle. I do appreciate all of the work that has gone in on this plan. I also appreciate the fact that, today we did receive quite a few public comments, way over, I believe, 120, and a large majority were in support of the community plan, too. So even though we don't have many speakers here in the audience, there still is a large voice in the community supporting the community plan. I have voiced my concern at the last meeting about subsidizing another big amenity, and I want to reiterate, I believe it was Mr. Bassinet, if I say that right, his name. I do agree with many of his comments that he shared on, cost recovery and for loss of better words, I think was mentioned last week, more bang for your buck. The one thing that is really driving my concern is definitely our city is based on, the e-commerce warehouse distribution hub that we are now. That was 30 years in the works from a general plan. And, we just lost one of our biggest warehouses to this fire last week, which is going to impact us with revenue. And yes, he mentioned about the Bradley Burns tax that is looming down the road, where we can be impacted very significantly. And Measure V does sunset in 10 years. I'd hate to see this beautiful project be built and then, in 10 years when the funding is no longer there, that now we're scrambling even in a harder time to figure out how do we keep the doors open. I am definitely a more fiscally responsible person that is looking long-term to make sure this isn't going to be any more burden on the community. I do love the fact that, yes, they're flexible with fee structures. We're flexible with drafting how we can phase a lot of the amenities in. But I do want to make sure that we do invest in a project that has what the community asks for. And I did pull up in 2017, one of the original articles about the Aquatic Center. And yeah, it shared, the top 5 items that the public, and this was all from a survey that went out to the community. So this was the community coming back saying, their top 5 was the water slides, the lazy river, the 50-meter competition pool, a play feature, and I'm thinking wave ride or whatever that is. So, it was about, competition pool was, definitely the big feature that this is from Miss Pinky's legacy, one of the lead coaches for the Tritons and Tracy High that, is remembered for all of her diligent work in bringing a lot of kids to learn how to swim and to enjoy water sports. So I'm torn, but I am leaning towards, a project that will have less demand or burden on the city as far as subsidized, but does have the amenities that we really have promised the community. I'm leaning more towards the community plan because it does fit all of that we have been looking at.
And just to clarify, Mayor and Council, for the record, that is not, again, we are focusing on G4 tonight.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm going to say I will vote no on this plan.
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Nygaard. Do you have anything to add, Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. Thank you for everyone who came out to spoke. I mean, this is years in the making. It is actually very surreal to have grown up in this town, had the beginning of this project come around when I was in middle school, to have left this town, earned a doctorate, became a lawyer, and then have a 10-year political career and have it still not be built. But I want to thank literally generations of folks who have come out and spoken in advancing this project, because you deserve it. This is your community, and we absolutely need more amenities. I will say that there was a very thorough conversation last week. I think it was a very tough conversation that we've had. Between that and the fire, I don't think I had a full night's sleep in a week, but we were elected to make these choices. I've spoken with staff at length about where we are in terms of litigation and in terms of our options. And I've also spoken with a number of community members, and I've had community members tell me that they don't always understand positions that I've taken with regards to the Aquatic Center. And I want to be transparent in acknowledging that in every vote that I've taken, I see this through the lens as a trial lawyer myself. I recognize that during my entirety of time on this council, we have been in some lawsuit related to this project, and every time we are in a lawsuit, it extends the length of the project, it extends the costs that go into litigation fees. So my particular legal lens has always been to reduce the possibility of litigation, to hopefully shorten the time frame and shorten the costs so that we can actually get this project done. That being said, we are at a point where a decision needs to be made, and again, I think this is a very tough one. During the entirety of my time as mayor for the past year and a half, we have been in ongoing negotiations, and we've not yet come to a resolution with those litigations. My understanding is that we do have a trial set for next year, and I have heavy concerns that it won't be solved by then. And as someone who engages in trials often, I know that those can be very lengthy. So I'm very concerned with any further delays. And at this time, we will, as a council, we will never make everyone happy. And I would apologize to anyone who's disappointed. But at this time, I think I will be supporting this city plan. And I hope that we can build some consensus among this council, and I have further discussion I'd like to have. With regards to the full build out, I recognize that we have done several projects in various ways. We did Legacy Fields, they're very different than we did the multi-gen project. Any time that we extend the construction of a project, it escalates costs substantially. So if possible, I would like to get to full build out of this project. My fear about phasing it is that it'll take another 20 years to get to the water slides and the lazy river. However, as I've stated before, I think we promised our community an aquatic center, and to me that means something more than just the pools. So if this must be phased because of cash flow, then I would ask that this council consider incorporating at least some of the other amenities within phase one so that we are presenting a complete project to the public. However, for staff, I have a question. If we were to proceed with construction documents for the entirety of the project, would those plans be available 5 years, 10 years from now in phasing it in case we don't have the ability to build the entire project? Or would it behoove us to, as to Councilmember Bedoya's point, not do the plans for the community room to save some costs? What would be the delta there between the entire project versus now choosing a smaller project with regards to the construction phase?
So, Mayor, if I may, Brian McDonald, Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Director. I do want to add to what Mr. Joaquin said earlier about available funds. So just to clarify, you do currently have a $65 million budget. So we would need a separate resolution to increase that budget or decrease it, however that works. I do want to, Mr. Joaquin did say there are some options going forward. Mr. Sanchez even said there are some different things we can look at financially. I do want to clarify what Mr. Joaquin said earlier is that if you were to unfund just the two Measure V projects, so the Nature Park and Ritter, you would have about $18.5 million by this time next year that you can add to your $65 million budget. Now, that's just using Measure V. There's other things we can look at, given direction from you tonight. What I do recommend is in our designs, the way we've set it up is through what they call bid alternates. And then for those of you who are not familiar with bid alternates, essentially Group 4 is going to design the whole thing. They're going to go out to bid with your direction. We can go out to bid with several different bid alts that were listed earlier. And if we get good bids, if the economy is good and we get lower than we anticipated, then you can add additional amenities right then and there, and you'll have that opportunity when we bring back the award of the bid. It's similar to what we did with the rec center when we brought it back to you, and we wanted the lights on the outdoor court, and we said, okay, we can try, we'll do it as a bid alt, and luckily we got some good bids, so we were able to award that. So that would be our recommendation going forward.
Can I ask a question on that? Do you mind if I ask a question about that?
Councilmember.
So I'd like to, it sounds like we may not have full consensus 100% on council, but I'd like to get as much consensus as we can on this moving forward. To that end, I am curious for the bid alternates that you mentioned. Is it possible, can we expand on that for, even for phase one, keep the 50-meter pool separate from the natatorium, for example, and building B, et cetera? I want to be sure, like, so if we give direction tonight to move forward with construction drawings, we're not necessarily giving direction to move to construction, bid construction, et cetera, right? We're still going to have another, milestone to achieve at that point where council will decide. So I would like to have as many options as possible on the table when it comes to that time so that we can really decide what phase one looks like. Does that make sense?
Correct. And council member, through the mayor, Councilmember Evans, you are correct. You will have another crack at the apple, for lack of a better word, to come back. We won't slow down. So the good news is G4 will still move forward with construction documents. We will be able to come back because we still have to work through our finance department to look at some financial options for you to come back for consideration. And if I'm understanding correctly too, we need a resolution to amend the budget. And so we would come back to you at a later date to codify that. But that will not, and just to clarify too, that will not slow them down moving forward with the construction documents.
Don, did you want to say something?
Thank you, through the mayor. What I'm hearing, Councilmember Evans, is changing phase one so that that phase only includes the 50-meter pool and not the natatorium and the recreational pool?
Not quite. What I'm asking for is just to ensure when we go to the add alternate list or deduct list, however you want to put it, that it's as comprehensive as possible so that council has as much flexibility when we do move to the construction phase or the bid phase. Budgets change. I think there's a lot of concern. This is a lot of money. And so I want as much flexibility depending on what our status is at that time financially to make the best decision as council and quickly, with a lot of agility, be able to make these changes on the fly as we meet. So
yeah, and
that makes sense.
Our direction to date and what we're able to move forward with is the full build-out plan with the phasing options that can be alternates at bid. Mixing and changing right now would require redesign because we're already at design development. And all our infrastructure, mechanical, electrical, civil, everything is laid out based on this site plan.
Yes, I'm not looking to change the design, no. Okay. I appreciate that, yeah.
So can I follow up on
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm sorry. So then basically what you're saying is the natatorium, we couldn't change back to go into an outdoor pool. Is that what you're saying pretty
Through
much?
the mayor, Councilmember Abercrombie, the one thing, because when we developed SD drawings, we had the same plan for the outdoor pool and the natatorium.
Okay.
And so our pre-engineered metal building that encloses the natatorium, if you chose to revert that to an outdoor pool, we could do that. And
Okay.
that budget difference, I think, is pointed out in the staff report,
It's like
is
$8 million, right?
$8.6 million.
Right, and,
If you-
but
yeah.
also additionally lowers the operational cost.
Significantly.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Councilman Rubin.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just to be clear, though, making that natatorium an alternate is not an option. You either give us direction to keep it indoors or outdoors at this point. We cannot,
So tonight, we have to make that call.
well,
pretty much.
whenever point you give us the direction to move ahead, it would be extremely challenging and costly and high risk.
If it was decided at the time we'd make a determination to move forward to the bid and construction phase, that we did not wish to include the natatorium in phase one, would that be an option?
That's what I'm saying. That would be challenging because
I mean,
the locker rooms.
I mean, the pool and the structure, that whole portion.
Functionally, it would be challenging. Operationally, to have the locker rooms, everything so far away from the 50-meter pool. So it would be an awkward plan and most likely not one that would operate efficiently. And so we would not recommend that.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
So I would also like to add to that. It's my recommendation that if you want to direct us to do the outdoor pool, it would be best to have that sooner rather than later, so we don't delay and we can give them clear direction moving forward, and not the added costs on the design side, because I know they've already done a lot of work. All the infrastructure's there. You got to do the footings, all the purview and all that. So I would just recommend that clarification for this evening.
Understood. So I think we are building consensus as we go along. I'd like to figure that out right now. So my position would be, in any plan moving forward, I'd be supporting an indoor pool. I think the difference is that we have an outdoor pool, and the idea here is to diversify the type of amenities that we have for our community. And I do recognize that an indoor pool would allow year-round programming. That is something different. I'm trying to bring new, diverse amenities to our community. So at this time, I would be supporting an natatorium, an indoor pool. Councilmember Bedoya, do you have a position regarding to indoor versus outdoor pool?
I'm good with the full bill of that plan. That's been shown to us with the natatorium.
Natatorium. Mayor Pro Tem, with regards to that pool?
I'd still like to go to the
outdoor pool.
Councilmember
Evans?
How much of an ordeal would it be to? I guess I need more information from Mayor Pro Tem on, because I want to build consensus here with as many council members as we can. I want us to mostly agree going forward on how to do this. So how big of a challenge would it be for us to make it so that natatorium is optional in phase one? Because it sounds like I'm hearing is there would be challenges to making that optional and building it in a later phase, but not completely impossible. Are we talking about reinventing the wheel? I see some looks from G4 that's not great, and that's fine. If that's the answer, that's absolutely fine.
It is not something we would recommend. It's
Okay.
just very complicated to enclose the pool, the mechanical systems and everything, and it would be basically carrying two designs.
Okay. All right. So I'm completely sympathetic to the idea of us trying to cut costs and maybe defer some costs. I would be supportive of that, but I think we're just too far along, it sounds like, from what I'm hearing. I want this to move forward. I don't want to delay. So unfortunately, it doesn't sound like we have an option to make that optional, if that makes sense.
Well, do you have a preference for indoor versus outdoor?
I'm fine either way. The public clearly wants the indoor pool, but I am hearing, as you can hear, the hesitancy with cost, and I am concerned about the cost. As I said before, public safety is my top priority. But knowing that we're this far along, so how big of a challenge is it going to be if we say we want this outdoor? I mean, it is a change, and we are far along in the
It is
construction
a change,
design
but we did carry that as an outdoor pool through schematic design, and that's where we said at this point we need direction because all the infrastructure, mechanical, electrical. So reverting back to making the recreational pool an outdoor pool will be a change, but it's clear direction and it's one design that we can go with the construction documents. And so if that is your direction, we can carry that through.
What was the rough guess on cost savings? I know there was a number.
It was 8.6 million, I believe.
8.6 million, and annually
And we did not run the operational cost, but the natatorium is a high cost.
I think you had that previously, didn't you, Mr. Joaquin?
We probably did at the
No, I
SV
know.
level.
I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm putting him on the spot.
I think it was in a past staff report. I don't have that information in front of me now, but we could certainly get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I'd like to give Councilmember Nygaard an opportunity to weigh in on the indoor versus outdoor pool.
I like the idea of cost savings and actually using more money into, the amenities. I would prefer outdoor and then be able to use that money to help any of the other amenities on the list.
Okay, so I think
If we change this to outdoor, do we have full consensus from council on this plan?
I mean, I will be moving forward, but I'm in preference of the indoor pool.
I'll go with.
Well, I guess we'd find out at the vote. I can go either way. So
I don't want to
looking to
surprise
build as
anybody.
much consensus as we can. That's my goal here.
Fair. I don't want to. Like I said, I'd rather not wait till the vote. I would hope that we could agree on an option with the indoor. Whatever council wants to. Just because you support a decision that we're talking about while we're discussing a project doesn't mean that you necessarily support the whole project. Because I know there's some hesitancy up here. I can feel
If there's
we need to decide on construction documents with the particular amenity because of the way the infrastructure is.
If a action is presented either way, I'll accept. I'll be in support with the natatorium or without. So that's where I'm at.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Brian McDonald, Parks Recreation Community Services Director. I do want a clarification from Group 4. If we make this change, does it change the schedule? Because I want to make that clear with the council as well, because you did give a schedule. I know I'm putting you on the spot, but I think that's important for us to clarify.
Consensus amongst the architects is we can stay with the current schedule if we get the direction tonight.
If council wants to make a motion, I will support either motion.
So yeah, I think we're hearing 2 for outdoor, 2 for indoor, and a flex. Okay, beyond the indoor versus outdoor pool, what direction does staff need from us tonight?
So I'm going to go back to our request here, make sure we're all on the same page. So we're looking for direction on budget enhancements and or deductive alternates. So I'm going to go back now to this slide here. We've set this up so it could kind of be a checklist, if you will. So we have the base project at the top that would include the natatorium, the competition pool, and all the associated support spaces, as you saw in the design tonight. We also mentioned bid deductive alternates in the amount of 2.8 million, which are also described in more detail on another slide. I could bring those up if so desired. And then we've got all of the enhancements listed here: water slide, lazy river with island, toddler pool, and a 3,000 square foot community building. We also have several bid alternates at the bottom there for 3.4 million. So we need very clear direction, as clear as possible, on which boxes we're checking from this list. And then the authorization to proceed with construction documents using the Group 4 team.
Okay, understood. I want clarification. I think I asked earlier, but I'll ask it again. We can proceed with full build out, and then staff will return to us with a funding plan, and at that time, we could also just remove enhancements or consider them as a future phase. Is that correct?
Yes, all the costs that you're seeing tonight that are on this capital cost estimate sheet here also include all the soft costs. This is an all-in number, so it includes, design fees from the Group 4 team and their consultants associated with designing out all these elements. So that would be the all-in budget associated with designing the full build-out project.
Okay, so my preference would be to proceed with construction documents for full build-out, then have staff do a financial analysis, and if we can't afford the entire thing, at that point, phase back. To me, I would not be supporting us scaling it back without having the complete construction option. Because again, we promised the community a full aquatic center. It has been 20 years. I think we need more than just a pool. I think it would behoove us to make sure that staff has an opportunity to assess our financial options. And if it doesn't work out, then at that time, we can scale it down. I would not be supporting a scale down at this moment.
Mayor, I can answer that question for you. So that's clear, crystal clear for us.
Yes.
That's a good path forward for staff. I think we can take that information and certainly come back with you with the options.
Okay, I see. Councilmember Evans, we're looking at your button.
Just curious so moving forward with design or construction drawings on the full build out, the $91 million build out. So what's the cost difference between moving forward with design on phase 1 versus the full build out? And is there a time savings with not including the full build out in the design?
I think you heard from the architect team that the timeline would not change. So I think that's the answers your question on the timeline. In terms of the cost, you have the difference right here on the two dark green columns with the cost in each column, 67.
I'm talking about design cost.
Design costs. Okay, I'm sorry. There's another sheet that shows design. 1 second. So we have soft costs there. I'm sorry, I can't read those numbers from here. Let me get that slide up. It's middle of the screen in green.
Because you're talking about all the other dependencies as well, like clearing,
Yeah, professional fees, construction management, permits, testing, environmental, soft cost contingencies. Those are some of the major categories that are included in soft costs, and you can see the soft cost numbers associated with each of these enhancements shown here on this slide. So for example, water slides, we're looking at $230,000 in soft costs, $639 for Lazy River.
So you're talking about a couple of million?
Yeah, it looks like $1.9, $2 million, somewhere in there in additional soft costs.
So I guess I'm curious, Mayor, are you thinking we're going to get funding for $91 million by the time we're ready to go to construction?
I'd like to give staff an opportunity to evaluate that for us.
Can staff give me an idea? Because my understanding was we don't have the opportunity to get any further loans, or at least not to get us to 91 million. I don't think we have the potential to bond. What would be the options?
So, Mayor, as I previously stated, so right now you have a budget of 65 million with another 18.5 just for Measure V. If you were to unfund those other projects, like I'd mentioned, you'd be about 83.5.
So we'd have to
just Measure V.
Unfund other projects.
Correct.
To design this.
To build it.
Full build out.
To build it.
To build the entire. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I do want to clarify, you made a good point, Councilmember Evans, that in order to design the fees for the design of these additional amenities, because remember, the initial contract or the direction with G4 was at a $65 million budget. So if we go above that, these numbers include their design fees as well. From my understanding, you were trying to extrapolate that out of these. And so I did want to clarify that for the record that yes, you would need to amend their direction to give us the spending authority to design those additional enhancements.
Sure. So, I mean, if this is what we have to do, I'm not going to stop us from doing it. it's $3 million or $2 million. So,
Well, and
think
Councilmember
it's
Evans,
imprudent.
to your point, if staff comes back with a financial analysis that at this time it is improper or inappropriate to pursue the 92, they can provide us with phasing options. I would rather have the construction designs ready to go for the next council to determine where their funding is. But if we take that away from that now, then if we take away any particular element, they'll have to redo it later on, and we know the costs are going to escalate.
I'm not going to hold the project hostage. I just think it's imprudent to spend $2 million on something that would cost us $91 million to fund, and I don't think we have a vehicle to get us anywhere near that. But if that's council's will, if that's a requirement to get the vote.
Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Going back to Mr. Ray's 7th grade class, if we didn't do the natatorium, that saves us 8. If you look at the water slides and the toddler, that's about 8. If you take the lazy river and the community room, that's about 18, which staff just said that we have. So if you take away, then you get everything that you're looking for, except for the indoor pool.
I haven't heard the motion yet, but I'll support it. So
I would just point that out. That's to be considered.
I'm flexible, so yeah.
Am I right on that? Okay.
Mayor.
Councilmember Doyle.
Thank you. I wanted to pose a question to council, and I don't think it's taking it in a different direction. Of course, if there was consensus in the community room, was something that was, hindsight is 2020. I personally am more supportive of the features in this plan that are, aquatics based and athletics based. Would there be any appetite from council if we were considering not doing the community room and really focusing on the core aquatics and other athletics features? And if it's even possible, could the area that was reserved for the community room be used for something much more inexpensive, like a field where, let's say someone wants to take a break from swimming and wants to, kick a soccer ball around, that type of thing. I think I've seen lawn, I don't know, my sports are limited to soccer, basketball, football, baseball, but there's other sports, I think, the disc golf and things like that. Could it be used for that? Is council interested in that type of savings? Because I know the indoor pool is something that when it's not summer weather, people are going to be like, we wish we had. I'm telling you, right? So is there any appetite, council? Because we've got to close this up.
Where were you proposing to place that?
Basically, if there's any appetite to maybe is basically swap the community room and save that money, the almost 8.5, for something like an open field where it could be used for like.
Yeah, I'm open to that.
Okay, I appreciate it. Whatever council thinks.
And my focus is the 50-meter pool, and I'm trying to be flexible. So however council wants to move this forward, if we can build that, then I'm in support. So,
Councilmember Nygaard, did you have any additional position on?
Not at this time.
Okay, no worries. Just want to give you an opportunity. Okay, so I think this time we just need to have a motion and vote. The motion should include whether it's indoor or outdoor pool, and to the extent to which we're building construction documents. Would that be clear enough for staff?
So I'm going to make a motion that we proceed minus the natatorium and work on adding the enhancements in place of that.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Bedoya?
Yes.
Councilmember Nygaard?
No.
Mayor Arreola?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, is staff clear on that? Does staff?
I just want to make sure we're crystal clear. So it's the outdoor with all the enhancements that were on this slide, correct? Water slides, lazy river with island, taller pool, and community building. Yeah, it's 2 pools. It's the 50-meter pool, the outdoor warm-up pool, recreation pool, water slides, lazy river with the island, taller pool, and community building.
Yes.
With as many breakout alternates as staff can possibly.
Correct. We have to come back to you anyways because we don't have authorization to spend more than 65. So we'll have to come back with a resolution to increase the budget and find funding sources, as well as any contract amendments we need to group for if we do the final design with those.
Yes.
Commissioner Fusi.
And I want us just to get some clarity too on the motion that you're giving us authority to move forward with the construction documents as well.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you, community. So this time we'll be moving forward with the construction documents with the Group 4 plan with the outdoor pool. It'll return from staff for an additional financial assessment. All right, with that, I'm going to request that we take a 2-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we voted on the 100 mil. No, I don't think so. I think they went with 55. Yeah. Wait, 55? No, Serpa said he would go in the beginning. No, he didn't make that deal. He screwed over the people he grew up with. Yeah. He did. He was supposed to be a hometown boy. I mean, everything, man. And he screwed us over. Well, how do you do that? I mean, I get it. It's not. Okay, so they voted down the. Yeah. I think it was a 55. Oh, yeah. 55. And that's the way the bond is. Yeah, they didn't include all that. I stepped on some guy with a gun in my ear about fireworks. He goes, I don't want to give up all my fireworks. No, I like the safest angle. And I go out and buy mine. And I do my little thing in the street. But I'm afraid of the motors and stuff like that. That's what it's still gone. My neighbor. When all that. And then he bitches about money. So, well, I ain't got that kind of money. I'll spend maybe a couple hundred, maybe 400 because I got grandchildren and stuff. 10 years ago, my neighbor, I don't like the motors. My neighbor took the savings
All right, we are returning from our break. I have spoken with staff at this time. Since we do have a meeting next week, I'm going to ask that we move some items to the next meeting, given the late hour. We have done item 6A, and that is it. I understand that the time-sensitive items are 5A, 5B, and 5C. So at this time, I will ask that we move items 5D, 5E, 5F, 5G, 6B, and 6C to next week.
Mayor, I would second your motion, but I want to ask you if I could ask a question before we move on.
Let me get this motion done first, and then I'll let you do that.
Fair enough.
So we have a first and a second with regards to moving those items to next week. Roll call, please.
Sorry, Mayor, can we get some clarity on the items? The clerk needs to hear those again. Sorry.
Move item 5D, E, F, and G, 6, B, and C to next week.
Thank you,
Or
Mayor.
the next available meeting.
Yeah, and so Mayor, if you would like to move those to a date certain, we would need to open those items up for the public hearings in order to do that. If not, we would have to bring them at a later date, which would probably be July 7th. So, or August 18th.
I have to open them each individually.
Yes. If you want to do them to a date certain. Now, if you give me one moment.
You could just say at the next available time.
That's fine. They said it needs to be a little more specific than that.
Mayor, may I, while they're discussing, just so I at least tell you guys what I'm going to ask? No, it's fair. Okay,
Let's
fair,
wait
fair.
just to get
Okay.
one thing at a time. Sorry.
So Mayor, for items 5D and E, we'd ask that you do open those items up so that we can continue them to date certain because they would require 20 days notice. If not, we'd have to take those back into August.
Okay, and the date certain is June.
You can either do June 23rd or July 7th.
Let's do June 23rd. And then do you also need a date certain for F and G, or can that just be the next available for staff?
F and, let's see. With F, we would also need to ask for a date certain, and for the planning commissioner one, we do not need a date certain.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a motion that we move items 5, D, E, F, and G to date certain of June 23rd.
Second.
I have a first and a second on that motion. Roll call, please.
Mayor Ariola,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie,
Yes.
Councilmember Bedoya,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
Councilmember Nygaard.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. With regards to item 6B and 6C, I will move to the next available council meeting per staff's discretion.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Ariola,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie,
Yes.
Councilmember Bedoya,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
Councilmember Nygaard.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you, committee members, for here to speak. If those were the items you were here for, those are the dates when they will be heard. Tonight, we will be going over 5A, 5B, and 5C. Councilmember Bedoya, you had a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I want to tell council briefly why I'll be asking for this. It's just a simple majority vote. The previous item, I went based off of the consensus that I heard that was for a option with an auditorium. I apologize. I really thought the vote reflected that. I thought the motion reflected that, and it was for an outdoor pool. I would be asking for a simple second and then a simple majority vote to reconsider the question so that we do not axe the indoor pool before it's brought to us next.
So
Would there be any support to?
Yes, and Councilmember Bedoya, just for purposes of clarity, I think you're asking for a motion to reconsideration at this time to hear the previous item to get some clarity regarding whether or not to include an indoor pool versus an outdoor pool in your all's final direction to staff.
That is correct.
Yes. And since you were one of the approving members, you may make that motion per Rosenberg's rules.
And it's specifically only for the natatorium. I would second that.
Yes. We can do that? We can bring
Yes, in the same meeting, you can do that.
I seconded.
Okay. Can staff help me out? Or sorry, I would motion to move forward with the construction drawings by group.
The motion to reconsider, sorry,
Oh, we need the
Councilmember,
vote. Yep.
we need to get that first, then the item will come back to council.
Fair enough.
But it's, the overall, the thing is, even if we just bring that back, you're basically bringing the whole item back, right?
Yeah.
I guess it technically opens it up just where we can consider a motion.
I think we're going to have majority without that vote. So
okay.
So I'm not sure.
What if we did with the indoor but not with the community room? Would there be support for that or no? If not, I'll let it die.
The motion on the floor right now is the motion to reconsideration. So I suggest we do that vote first and then see how we go.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bedoya?
Yes.
Mayor Arreola?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
I really want to say yes, but I don't want to go back on this. I think we're going to end up in the same place. I appreciate what you're saying. I don't want to support it because I don't want to open this thing back up. I think it's just a formality to change the vote, and I think I just can't see doing it. So sorry, no.
Fair.
Councilmember Nygaard?
I'm going to abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie?
No.
Okay, motion fails. This time we'll be proceeding with our next item. That takes us to item 5A, which is regarding the pump tracks safety equipment requirements. Staff report, please.
Channel 26, can you display the PowerPoint, please?
Thank you. Can I go?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Loretta Olmos, Management Analyst for the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department. I'm here this evening to present on the public hearing item to adopt an urgency ordinance adding a new chapter to the Tracy Municipal Code, Chapter 4.17, entitled Skate Parks, Pump Tracks, Similar Wheeled Parks, and Surrounding Public Recreational Areas Regulations. The City of Tracy operates its own city skate parks, pump tracks, and similar wheeled recreational facilities. They provide valuable recreational opportunities and experiences for our residents and visitors. While these facilities are designed for public use, they involve and inherit associated risks with recreational wheeled activities. This includes potential for serious injuries. The proposed new ordinance is intended to enhance public safety, improve compliance within city parks, public areas, and recreational facilities. It's following California Health and Safety Code Section 115800 to adopt local regulations mandating the use of helmets, knee pads, and elbow pads for participants, while also posting clear signages outlining these requirements. The proposed new ordinance will help establish safety equipment requirements, operational regulations, enforcement of provisions, and notice requirements for city skate parks, pump tracks, and similar wheeled recreational facilities. The proposed ordinance will also support City Council's goals and strategic priorities in areas of public safety, infrastructure, and government accountability. Upon Council's approval, this urgency ordinance shall become effective immediately upon its final adoption. This concludes my presentation this evening, and staff and I are available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. We'll go to council for preliminary questions. Any on this side? Councilmember Evans?
My only question is, so I have no issues with the requirements, helmets, knee pads, all of that kind of stuff. But I've seen where some parks, they actually have somebody stationed there that's not going to allow the kids to go out without a helmet and all that kind of stuff. We're not planning to do that. There's not going to be anybody there. You know, I mean, that should be up to the parents, in my opinion. And these ordinances are important, but I just, so I'm seeing no, shaking heads, no. Okay, perfect. That's all I'm looking for. Thanks.
Councilmember Nygaard.
I just wanted a little clarification on public areas. So would that mean public streets, public, sidewalks? I mean, we have an issue, currently with bike riders on sidewalks, especially in our downtown area. Would this be something that could also be signage that would be an ordinance?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Richard Joaquin, Assistant Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. I believe the spirit of this new municipal code chapter is really related to these types of facilities, these specialty facilities, the pump tracks, skate parks, and the public areas immediately surrounding these amenities or elements. It's not necessarily for the broader context of the city, like public sidewalks and things like that. I don't know if our legal counsel would feel different on this, but that's, I believe, the interpretation from staff's perspective about how this was written.
Good evening, Councilmember Kamal Yol, Deputy City Attorney. The intent for this ordinance is, we are regulating the conduct, but the main motive is to get qualified immunity for the city in case there's something happens. We are protecting our public funds for that litigation, because if we do not adopt this urgency ordinance, yes, parents are responsible for the kids, but if we are not adopting this ordinance and we are not posting the signs in there, we cannot get defense for that qualified immunity under Code Section 831. So that's what we need to do to prevent us into litigations and be responsible for something that happens in the park when we have those regulations and parents are not taking care of the kids.
Well, I totally agree and understand that. I just hope at a later time we can have a further discussion on street safety. Because yes, they need to ride with helmets on their heads getting to the park. So, how can we help enforce more of a safety issue maybe throughout our public streets? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. That will go out for public comment on item 5A. Would any members of the public like to speak on this item? Seeing none in chambers, do we have any online?
I don't see any hands online, Mayor.
With that, we'll go ahead and close out the public comment portion for item 5A. We'll return to council for additional discussion and or entertain a motion.
Motion to adopt a resolution determining that enacting Chapter 4.17 regulating skateboard parks and pump tracks of the Tracy Municipal Code, the project is category exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15378 subsection B and or 15061 subsection B subsection 3.
Second.
We have a first and a second with Councilmember Evans. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Bedoya?
Yes.
Councilmember Nygaard?
Yes.
Mayor Arreola?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you please read the title of the proposed urgency ordinance?
Yes, Mayor. Amending the Tracy Municipal Code by adding Section 4.17 to Title 4, adopting by reference California Health and Safety Code Section 115800 and California Government Code Section 831.7, regulating skateboard parks and pump tracks, extending public liability, waiving the second reading by substitution of title, and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately upon adoption.
So moved.
Motion to waive the second reading by substitution of title and adopt an urgency ordinance.
Second.
And a first and second, Councilmember Evans. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Bedoya?
Yes.
Councilmember Nygaard?
Yes.
Mayor Arreola?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The item passes. Please be safe out there. That takes us to item 5B, related to Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Roll call, or staff report, please.
Good evening, Tracy residents, mayor, and council members. My name is Roy Valadez. I'm a management analyst with the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department. I will be presenting a brief overview on the current agenda item, which is the approval of the annual engineers report and the levy and collection of assessments for the Tracy Consolidated Landscaping Maintenance District. I want to note that we have a representative from Harrison Associates here tonight who prepared the engineers report. So I'm going to be providing a brief overview of the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972, Proposition 218, a quick background of the overall engineers report, current layout of the LMD zones, engineers report summary, recommendation, and finally we'll be taking questions. Pursuant to the Act, jurisdictions are able to establish districts which serve as a funding mechanism that provide for the cost of maintenance that provide a special benefit to properties in a defined geographic area. This allows districts and zones to be formed by a majority vote of affected property owners by an assessment ballot. Annual charges are calculated on a benefit formula that calculates the value or benefit of a property that they receive for amenities in the area. The city utilizes the equivalent dwelling unit method of apportionment. An EDU is a land use classification that uses a single family home site as a basic unit of assessment. All other land use is converted to EDUs based on a formula outlined in the engineer's report. In November 1996, California voters passed Prop 218. This is applicable to the City of Tracy LMDs due to the requirement that property owners to approve any increases that exceed the annual adjusted maximum. To increase the annual adjusted maximum, special balloting must be conducted through a Proposition 218 initiative. A majority protest exists if more ballots are cast in opposition than in support. In that case, the proposition fails. Votes are weighed in proportion to the assessment amount for each property. And just as a point of reference, the last successful Prop 218 that was passed for an LMD was in 2006 by residents of Zone 17. The QR code that we have on there, it's for ease of access, which leads to the city's LMD page that provides more expanded information on the Prop 218 process. This map here shows the current composition of the 41 LMD zones within the city that comprise the single district that they are part of. The LMD zones cover about 220 acres of landscaping, about 28,000 trees, and 48 parks and green belts. Assessment fees are collected for administrative oversight, landscaping of parks, streetscapes, irrigation, trees, playgrounds, and other amenities. The city has 3 service levels, and each zone service level is directly related to its available budget. Many of the zones are experiencing or will experience budget shortfalls. Per the requirements of the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972, an engineer's report is required each fiscal year. As I mentioned earlier, the city uses Harrison Associates to produce this report. It provides detail on the improvements that are maintained, the boundaries, estimated budget for each zone. It has to be approved by a legislative body like we're doing here tonight. Zone budgets should be viewed as independent budgets per zone rather than commingled. Just to give some insight on some of the highlights that are in the injuries report, 28 of the 41 zones, 68%, have reached their maximum assessment rates and are experiencing or will experience budget shortfalls. For fiscal year 26-27, the general fund will support in 1.12 million in anticipated funds, which is an increase from last year in the amount of $382,400. This funding supports arterial landscaping, tree maintenance, irrigation, and other support. An additional $20,000 from the storm drain fund will also support channelway and bike path landscaping. General fund contributions were used in fiscal year 25-26 for projects at 11 parks, including the resurfacing of 2 sports courts and engineered wood fiber installation at various park playgrounds. For fiscal year 26-27, the engineer's report shows that 6 zones will not be assessed due to HOA maintenance being responsible for the care in that area, or just insufficient reserves, or they don't have much landscaping to maintain. 24 zones will increase their reserves for future amenity replacement. 7 zones will use reserves to maintain service areas or complete enhancements. 1 zone will eliminate its deficit and begin building up its reserves. And 3 zones are expected to reduce their existing deficits. The next steps are staff continues to educate interested parties on LMD structure and assessment process through a dedicated webpage on the city's website. We have LMD brochures that are available to the public. We have business cards with QR codes that we have up there that maintenance staff hands out to residents with LMD information whenever they're approached by residents when they're doing maintenance at parks. And we continue to take calls and respond to residents directly if a situation comes up where they want to speak to staff about something. So our recommendation for tonight is approving the engineer's report for fiscal year 26-27 and ordering the levy and collection of assessments within the Tracy Consolidated Landscape Maintenance District for fiscal year 26-27. That concludes the presentation. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. This time I want to remind the council that you should review the agenda materials for this item and determine whether you need to recuse yourselves and abstain from the vote regarding any landscape maintenance district. If a recusal is necessary, that council member should state the district that they are abstaining from voting on during the roll call vote. With that being said, council, do we have any preliminary questions? Seeing on this side, any on this side? Councilmember Nygaard.
So on page 3, the slide 5, the current layout. So all of the uncolored area are areas in the city that that are not LMD districts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So just curious, so this would be, how are those areas funded? General fund?
It depends on the area. If those are housing developments, they're either funded by an HOA or.
It's pretty much our older section of Tracy. They're mostly neighborhoods. So those neighborhoods that are not funded with LMD, do they have a mechanism that does address their lighting and landscape maintenance?
If you're able to give me a specific area, I could probably give you a more clear answer.
I can help that, Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
So to answer your question, Councilmember Nygaard, and can we pull up the map, please? So to give you a basic answer, those areas that are in the white, those are going to be the public landscaping in those areas, which is mostly public parks, is going to be funded through your general fund. There are other spaces outside of the LMD that are funded through CFDs. Like the Tracy Hills and Ellis area are funded through CFD. That is also not shown on this map.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, any additional questions? Councilmember, did you have any additional questions?
Oh, no, I'm in a white area, so I don't have any conflict.
Same. All right, with that, we'll go out to public comment on item 5B. Would any members of the public, let me go ahead and open the public hearing at 10:51 p.m. Would any members of the public like to speak on item 5B? Seeing none, do we have any? Oh, Mr. Tanner, are you coming? I can't tell. My apologies.
While this is a necessary evil, I need to remind the city council that previous city councils, wherever they lived, did not vote for that district to be increased, decreased, whatever the case is. So I would recommend that as you're beginning to vote, you exempt yourself from that district and what that number district is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner. Would any members of the public like to speak on this item? Seeing none in chambers, do we have any online?
I don't see any hands online.
Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing for item 5B at 10:52 p.m. We'll return to council for additional discussion and/or motion.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion to adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report regarding the proposed levy and collection of assessments for the Tracy's Consolidated Landscape Maintenance District pursuant to the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972 for fiscal year 26-27.
Second.
We have a first and a second, and please clarify your conflicts if you have any. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie?
Yes, I'm abstaining from 18. Zone 18.
Councilmember Evans?
Recusing myself from District 20, and yes.
Councilmember Bedoya?
Yes, recuse from 7. Or abstain from 7.
Councilmember Nygaard?
Yes, and no conflict.
Mayor Ariola?
Yes, no conflict.
Thank you.
Make a motion to adopt a resolution ordering the levy and collection of assessments within the Tracy Consolidated Landscape Maintenance District for fiscal year 26-27.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie?
Yes, I'm still abstaining from 18.
Councilmember Evans?
Recusing myself from 20, and yes.
Councilmember Bedoya?
Yes, abstain 7.
Councilmember Nygaard?
Yes, and no conflict.
Mayor Ariola?
Yes, no conflict.
Thank you.
All right, that completes item 5B. At this time, we will move to item 5C, and I apologize, I misspoke last time. This is the item related to the Urban Water Management Plan. Staff report, please. Please turn your mic on.
Sorry, guys, it's been a minute since I've been to a council meeting.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Robin Klepfer, Management Analyst with Public Works Department. This evening, I'll be presenting the 5-year update to the Urban Water Management Plan. The document was created with assistance from our consultant, EKI, Environmental and Water, who are available by phone for any technical questions from the update. At the conclusion of my brief presentation, Council will open this item for public hearing, and after the close of the public hearing, Council is requested to approve the resolution for the proposed Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan for 2025. The Urban Water Management Plan, established in 1983, serves as a foundational planning document that describes historical and future water projections for reliability in both demand and supply over the next 20-year planning horizon. This document is important for a growing city such as ours, well as other agencies throughout California. Shown here in this image is a shaded yellow area is our city limits, but the brighter orange line is our sphere of influence, indicating the future growth potential. In the upcoming slides, I'll discuss population growth, demand, supply, and what the important impact of the horizon looks like based on these factors and climate. California, especially here in the Central Valley, is known to have some of the driest and hottest weather one year and may have the wettest in the next. This document provides normal to dry hydrological year impacts and how the city can mitigate them. The 2023 Water System Master Plan in coordination with planning was utilized to help accurately project future population growth in the city. It's estimated that by 2050, the city's population will be about 185,000 people, as described in the 2023 Water Master Plan, which is an 89% increase from 2025. This increase in population will require much larger water demand for drinking, landscape, recreation, manufacturing, and other uses. Before we discuss what our future water demand is, we have to reflect on our current and previous demand. This graphic reflects usage from 2021 to 2025, with annual average consumption about 19,000 acre feet. There was a slight reduction in 22 and 23 based on drought conservation measures that were occurring at the time. In 24 and 25, a slight increase is indicated with the assumption that residents may have relaxed some of their conservation efforts along with increase in population. Included in this graph also is a breakdown of usage. About 54% is our highest user, and that is for residential use, with 48 percent being for single residents, and 6% of that 54 being multifamily. So total water demand. As previously shown, the city's population is anticipated to more than double by 2050. It is no surprise that our water consumption is also anticipated to increase. One way the city is looking to meet future demand is by expanding its recycled water program. The projection estimates a recycled water need of 1,500 acres by 2030 and 6,300 acres by 2050. The use of recycled water, which is non-potable, allows potable water for drinking use. So the city relies on 3 different water sources: surface water supplies from the Stanislaus River through the South County Water Supply Project and the Central Valley Water Project. The city also utilizes ground wells, but primarily to supplement its surface water supply during high summer demands. All these sources have limitations based on climate, contracts, policy, regulatory requirements on the volume the city can access. Currently, the city primarily uses purchased water, but anticipates a decrease of this over time and hopes to increase future supplies by finding alternative sources such as our ASR well, storage and BF-CISC, recycled water. Groundwater pumping could be increased as necessary to meet projected demand, but it is not considered a primary source of water and must be used in conjunction with surface water supplies. The primary reason for using surface water is the quality it provides. The additional use of groundwater increases the city's need for expanded treatment and improvements to the aging infrastructure, which drives user rate increases to create the reliability needed for that source. Before we discuss the demand in a normal year, I would like to call out on this slide that there was an error. The years were supposed to start at 2030 and go to 2050. So, consistent with the Urban Water Management Plan Guidebook, a normal hydrological year represents the water supplies available during normal conditions. Normal or wet water years are those that match or exceed median rainfall and runoff levels. Based on the city's projection of available water on what is considered a normal year, the city anticipates being able to meet water demands through 2045. There is a potential for shortfall in 2050 without additional actions. So what happens in a projected single dry year? A single dry year is the lowest available water year. In a single dry year were to occur, existing service water allotments could be subject to reduction. The actual reduction will vary on the severity of the regional water supply shortage and other climate and contract conditions. It is projected that by 2040, with one single dry year, the city may start to see shortages. If at any time the city starts to project that we will have shortages, the city will implement its water shortage contingency plan that is included within this document. So this slide just represents a 5-year dry year period. As we know, sometimes our droughts are not 1 year, they can last for quite a while. So this is generally a 3 to 5 year period. Our modeling, we took into consideration a 5-year representation. This modeling indicates that if the city were to anticipate another 5-year dry period, by 2030, the city will have a shortage. If the city is trending towards any multiple dry year or single year, the water shortage contingency plan will be reviewed to find the best possible alternatives to prevent any shortages in its supply. Although there remains largely uncertain in the future supply availability, the city has developed strategies and actions to address the projected supply shortfall. Some of these include developing the recycled water program, finding other water reuse, converting non-functional turf to non-potable water use or drought-tolerant landscaping, expanding storage, expanding water conservation members, and investing in capital projects or additional policy-based efficiency for better use. A couple more slides. So, as a standalone document, Appendix F, which is our water shortage contingency plan, is included in this urban water management plan. The water shortage contingency plan is activated during drought or supply interruptions. It outlines policies and actions for each shortage level. This document is implemented in case water shortage events such as a drought or supply interruptions, and defines specific policies and actions that will be implemented at various level scenarios. Examples of these could be a minor adjustment to our irrigation, maybe not washing cars, and hopefully not as drastic as water budgeting. So with all this being said, conservation and efficiency are the key to providing reliable, consistent drinking water. We have a water conservation program that is managed by myself as an analyst and one environmental technician. The unit provides public education and outreach as well as enforcement of the city municipal code. Additionally to education and enforcement, the city provides rebates to its residents and commercial business based on the year the facility was constructed. Some of these rebates include low-flow toilet, smart irrigation, and lawn and turf replacement. So, at this time, this ends my presentation, and staff is recommending that City Council conduct a public hearing and upon conclusion by resolution adopt the 2025 updated Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Staff and our consultants are available for questions.
Thank you. Going to council for preliminary questions. Any on this side? Any on this side? Councilmember Nygaard?
Just curious, do we know what the projection is for this next year or 2 years as far as rainfall?
Unless my consultants know, I have not looked into what the current rainfall projections are, whether we're looking at wet or drier.
Okay. And then are the current rebates, are the rebates that you listed, are they current? Are they still available to residents? And where can they find that information?
Yes, we have a website dedicated to water conservation and rebates. They're still available. They're based on budgetary every year, so it's first come, first serve. So once we run out of funding, we would then hold those rebates and move them to the next fiscal year to keep the cycle going. We have yet to run out of money for these rebates. We have seen an increase within the last 1.5 to 2 years of rebates being applied for. So we are trying to market them more as well.
Okay, and that's easily detected on our website to direct residents to that?
The rebates, yeah, it has its own page. So if they were to go on, Google City of Tracy rebates or get on our page in our search engine, type rebates. Right now, as far as I know, the city rebates are only water. So pretty easy to find on our website.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Just only question is, are these assumptions modified at all by the massive consumption of water over the past 5 days?
Yeah.
No. This was all done with data ending in 2025. So we haven't looked at any usage for 2026 because it's a 5-year review period.
Understood. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go and open the public hearing for item 5C at 11:06 p.m. Would any members of the public like to speak on this item? Seeing none in chambers, do we have any online?
No hands online, Mayor.
Okay, with that, we will go ahead and close the public hearing at 11:06 p.m. Return to council for discussion and/or motion.
I just want to say thanks for the report. It's unfortunate, the state hasn't built more reservoirs. They spend money on a train to nowhere. But I digress. So, motion to adopt a resolution approving the Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan 2025.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie,
Yes.
Councilmember Nygaard,
Yes.
Councilmember Bedoya,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
Mayor Ariola.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes item 5C. Procedurally, we have moved items 5D, E, F,
Do we have
and
to open
G.
those, sir?
Yes.
That's what I was getting at. So those items will be heard in their entirety next week, but we will open them. Can I do them all at once or do them individually?
We have to do them individually, Mayor.
Okay, at this time, we're going to item 5D, which has been continued to next week. I'm opening the public hearing at 11:07 p.m. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak of this item today as opposed to next week? This is regarding the Sprouts installation sign. Seeing none, this time we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Or, excuse me, do we have any online?
Yes, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And Mayor, we are going to be continuing this item to June 23rd for the 5:30 p.m. special meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So do not close the meeting. The item will be continued.
Understood.
Yep.
Speaker is Joy Aller. I believe there's only one, so that would be 4 minutes.
Hello, can you
Hi.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Joy Aller. I am with Ad Art Sign Company. We are the sign vendor representing the Sprouts that is applying for the CUP. And it's just unfortunate that our agenda item got pushed as their store opening date is quickly approaching and we're working to get building signage up by a certain date. So I will be at the next meeting for sure. But if there's anything that can be done sooner, we would greatly appreciate it to keep this item moving through the permit process. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Do we have any additional speakers?
No additional hands, Mayor.
Okay, I will close public comment at this time, but it will be, the public hearing will remain open and will be continued to June 23rd at 5:30 p.m. Okay, next, moving on to item 5E, which is regarding the LAFCO annexation. At this time, I will open the hearing at 11:09 p.m. Again, this item will be heard next week at 5:30 p.m. on June 23rd. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak on item 5E tonight? Seeing none in chambers, do we have any online?
No hands online, Mayor.
Okay, at this time, I will close the current public comment period, but the public hearing will remain open until June 23rd, to be continued at the June 23rd, 5:30 p.m. meeting. That brings us to item 5F regarding ADUs ordinance. This time, I'll open the public hearing at 11:09 p.m. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak on item 5F tonight? Seeing none in chambers, do we have any online?
No hands online, Mayor.
Okay, at this time, I'll close the current public comment period for item 5F. The public hearing will remain open and will be continued to June 23rd at 5:30 p.m. That brings us to item 5G regarding the alternative planning commissioner position. I will open that public hearing at 11:10 p.m. Do we have any members of the public who would like to speak on item 5G tonight? Seeing none in chambers, do we have any online?
No hands online, Mayor.
At this time, I will close the public comment portion for this item. The public hearing will remain open and will continue to the meeting on June 23rd at 5:30 p.m. Okay, items 6B and 6C have already been continued to future dates. That'll be the next available date pursuant to staff availability. That brings us to item 7, items from the audience. Would any members of the public like to speak on any item that is not on tonight's agenda? Seeing none in chambers, do we have any online?
No hands online, Mayor.
With that, we'll go ahead and close out items from the audience. Staff items was previously heard earlier in the night. That brings us to council items. Would any members of the council like to speak on this side?
Well, you got a motion here, sir?
I was
You
going
wanna do the motion?
to do that one afterwards.
Okay.
Anything on this side? Yeah. Councilmember Bedoya.
Okay. Tomorrow marks 6 days since my dad, Gilberto Bedoya Chavez, passed away. My dad taught me how to frame houses. I started working construction with him as a teenager and kept doing it through college and beyond. He was also the one who helped me with my very first run for public office. We didn't know how any of it was supposed to work, so we cut 2x4s on the job site, shaved the edges so we could pound them into the ground with sledgehammers, and put my signs around Tracy with screws and washers. It wasn't the textbook way, but it held, it was sturdy, and it worked. That's a memory that I'm always going to carry with me. He never sought recognition, he never bragged, he just did the work, quietly, for the people he loved. He did not get to see me serve on this council, but I know I do not sit in this seat without him and without my mother. So tonight, I just want to honor my dad, thank my family, and recognize the families across Tracy whose sacrifices do not always get seen, but make everything else possible. Thank you. I did have just one more brief request for council. Before we close tonight, I believe that tonight's motion for item 6A remove the one feature that gives this facility a year-round value. A natatorium, or an indoor pool, is what allows competitive swim lessons, and water polo to run in the off-season. A community room is valuable, but it's not a core aquatic or athletic feature, at least not in this case. And there's other public spaces in the city that already serve that function. I had proposed an alternative that achieves similar savings by reducing the community room footprint instead. I don't think that option got a fair look tonight. I'd also know that this is not just my public opinion. This is not just my opinion. In the city's own public engagement survey, indoor recreation pool support outpaced outdoor by roughly 4-1. That was across the online survey, the library, other locations, and the farmer's market. That input came directly from Tracy residents before this item ever reached us. I'm not asking to reopen the vote tonight. I already tried that. I'm asking staff to bring back a clear cost and usage comparison between the natatorium, the indoor swimming pool, and the community room, including that public input data, so that council can make this decision with full information before we're too far into the design to change course. I really believe that Tracy residents should have a facility that they can use in January and not just in July.
Just a cost comparison between the two, I'll support that.
Thank you. We would need one more. It does not move anything off track.
I'll third it. It's fine.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, anything? Councilor Evans?
I'll defer comments due to the late hour. Thank you.
Councilor Nygaard?
I have one request. A little over a year and a half ago, we brought the ask to help start developing a warehouse ordinance. I would like to see if we can get an update as soon as possible, preferably within the next couple meetings, so that we can review and hopefully come to a conclusion on the ordinance.
I would second that.
And I have one other question. I received an email not too long ago with concerns about the transit center being used as a cooling center. So one of the concerns was, do we provide charging stations for devices? And second, do we have vending machines available for people to, purchase water or snacks when they're utilizing this transit center as a cooling station?
Good evening, through the mayor, or through the chair. Councilmember Nygaard, I don't know that we have specific charging stations other than the outlets in the walls. It's just meant to be a place for people to come out of the heat and cool off. And I don't believe there are vending machines or any kind of food services that are available in the area. It's really just meant to be a cooling center, like the library and the mall, for example, for folks to come in out of the heat.
Thank you.
All right, as for my comments, just want to take a moment and really thank our firefighters, law enforcement, first responders, city staff for all the incredible work that went in fighting the Medline fire. There's going to be a lot of questions, but ultimately we got through an incredibly large, nationally broadcast emergency with 0 lives lost, 0 injuries, and that is a testament to the incredible staff and first responders and their work. So I'm so thankful to them and just want to acknowledge that. That being said, unfortunately, there is a lot of kind of hearsay, rumors going around. So I think it'd be important, and I'm requesting council support, if at some point in the future, if we could do a debriefing on the Medline fire, so we can have just a public opportunity to kind of ease some of those rumors, so we can have official positions and just clear information.
I'll second that.
Okay, I heard a second and a third. All right, and with that,
Mayor, can I get clarification? What are you want a discussion or
just an informational item when this is all said and done. If there's any public information that can be shared, I think it would behoove us to actually do it here in public chambers, just like an informational report on the Medline fire afterwards.
as sort of a wrap up?
Correct.
Quite a ways down the road.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yes. And then with that, I just wish everyone a happy Father's Day, and we'll see you guys next week.
Mayor, can I just interject one thing? I just
Nygaard.
want to also thank, so many of our community organizations that stepped up during the Medline fire. especially the whole commercial industry. We had Prologis step forward to really help out and provide some support. And I just really thank all of the agencies and organizations within our community that came to help support not only our EMS, but also the employees that had lost their jobs. I have heard that Medline is going to continue to pay those employees. So it does just reflect, one, a great community business partner that does honor their employees. So I just really thank Medline for doing that. And am very sad for their enormous loss and how much they're going through right now. So just thank you to the community.
Thank you, Councilmember. Were you saying something, Mayor Pro Tem?
I was just going to do the motion.
Oh, okay.
Mayor, before we close, could I just make one brief announcement about the Medline? I think it's really important. I know that we did the staff updates at the top of the meeting, and I didn't speak up at that time, but I wanted to echo the council's thank you. Definitely our police and fire folks and our public works folks felt the love from the community, the outpouring of the community, as well as the business community, Prologis, and even Medline. We were working very hard over the weekend to figure out how we were going to do the community cleanup of the debris. And Medline, as the chief mentioned, had contracted with a environmental cleanup company, and they are the ones who are actually coming out and removing stuff from private property. So I just wanted to make sure people knew. You can go to our website on our landing page. We keep the page updates with all our updates on from all the different partners that we have. But most importantly, if you have a request for removal of the debris from the fire, you can call a local hotline, 209-751-1888. That's going to be staffed 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily. They'll be collecting your address and then sending folks out. As the chief did mention, they're obviously a large number, and they are just kind of work their way through those lists. They're also going to be cleaning public property, the parks, for example. So I think it should be noted that Medline is really taking the lead in that, and we are forwarding all those calls to them so that they can collect it. And they are collecting that debris, taking it to the Medline site, and it is going to be tested. And we have daily meetings since Friday with upwards of 20 other governmental agencies who are all involved in this, from air, water, fish and game. I've met all kinds of departments I didn't even know existed that have an interest in helping us get through the recovery phase of this Medline fire. So just wanted to say thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you, Ms. Lightworth and Mr. Sanchez, for being there on site along with me that first day. It was really great to have you there to really support staff. That being said, with regard to items 10, 11, and 12 for Mr. Nafusi's evaluation, great job, but we got to push it back. So at this time, I will be moving items 10, 11, and 12 to next Tuesday's meeting, please.
Make a second of that.
Okay, we have a first and second, unless Mr. Nafusi has any comment on that.
Just, it's my birthday that evening, so why not?
We should be, we'll work it out. Yeah. All right, I have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Arreola?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie?
Yes.
Councilmember Bedoya?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Nygaard?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a first and a second for adjournment. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Abercrombie?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Bedoya?
Yes.
Councilmember Nygaard?
Yes.
Mayor Arreola?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're adjourned 11:22 p.m. We will have a special meeting next Tuesday, June 23rd at 5:30 p.m. Good night, everyone.
Recording stopped.